remember professional soccer teams not allowed during competition. And let's give these athletes another round of applause and then begin their athletes, when your arrows come up, you can bowl for score. Good luck and good bowling.
All right, welcome back to Bowl TV from the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Roto Group, and Master. We are in the final advances round here for the boys for under 15 and under 20 divisions. Under 15 is on lanes 15 and 16. The under 20 boys on 17 and 18. If you are interested in seeing the girls' final advances round for under 15 and under 20, that is on a different live stream going on simultaneously right now. So be sure to visit youtube.com/bowltv, and you can pick and choose which one you'd like to see. So we want to thank you all for joining us, and hopefully a few folks join the women's one as well. They have a few of these folks from Storm taking care of that one. Here for the boys, it's Aaron Smith alongside Lucas Wiseman bringing you the action. We'll have 5 more games to determine who makes it to the double elimination match play. We'll have a quick recap of everything in just a few minutes, but welcome back. We're ready for some bowling. The top 32 under 15 boys and top 64 under 20 boys are looking to make their run here into the top 16 of both divisions to make it to match play. For the under 20 boys, still leading, Dallas Leong, Junior Team USA member out of Las Vegas, with a 212 average for 19 games. They cut to make it to 64th. Belong to Michael McCubbins out of Louisville, Kentucky. His total of 37.15 for 19 games puts him at a 195.53 average. That's what it took for the under 20 boys. For the under 15, which we saw last night here on Bowl TV, George Rodriguez out of Puerto Rico still leading the way. 38.71 for 19, a 193.55 average to make the top 32. Nicholas Bowman holding that honor out of Indianapolis with a 34.47 total for a 172.35 average. The pattern has transitioned to the 44-foot London pattern. We saw the 39-foot sole earlier today and last night, so once again, versatility having to be proven here. And welcome back, Lucas Wiseman.
Thank you very much, Aaron. We are underway finally in our final advancers round here at Stardust. We'll run through our players. I don't think you got to that yet, did you, Aaron?
I did not yet.
I'm sure Aaron mentioned, we've got the U15 boys on the left pair and the U20 boys on the right pair. The girls are on the other live stream. And if you'd like to find that, you can go to our USBC Facebook and Twitter accounts, or you can go to youtube.com/bowltv, and you'll be able to find both streams. let's see. I'm going to go ahead and introduce our U15 boys.
All right, let me go ahead and grab the standing sheet, and we'll see where each of them are sitting.
All right. I got Nicholas Postag from Santa Clara, California. 208 average, 776 high series, 300 high game. Favorite bowler is Rhino Page, and where is he at in the standings?
He is sitting in 18th, so almost on the line.
And our next bowler is Raymond Rodriguez. He is from Dorado, Puerto Rico. 207 average, 720 high set, 299 high game. Favorite bowler is Chris Barnes.
Only 5 pins separate him and Nicholas. Raymond sitting in 20th.
All right, our next bowler is Kyle Lewis. And I'm trying to find him as we speak. Maybe you can tell us where he's at in the standings.
Kyle Lewis from Lansing, Michigan in 19th. I'm thinking these guys are grouped together for a
yeah,
reason.
they did that on purpose.
So this is essentially the group just outside the cut number heading into this round for the under 15 group.
There he is, Lansing, Michigan, 210 average, 778 high series, 300 high game, and Bill O'Neill is his favorite bowler. And our final bowler is Taylor Major of Loganville, Georgia, 215 average, 762 high set. He's bowled a perfect game in his career and also a fan of Sean Rash.
And Taylor in the 17th, so the first one out of the cut with a 35-28 total. He's just 1 pin out, so all these guys are separated by a grand total of 14 pins.
Wow, that's
through
pretty
19
close.
games. So certainly would be nice to get off to a good start here and take that momentum.
Sounds like we're going to be in for a pretty close finish here today. And Aaron's going to go through the U20 boys here in just a minute. Tell you about who we've got on the featured pairs. And as Aaron gives us their bio, I'll tell you where they're at in the standings.
Well, thank you, Lucas. I appreciate
No
that.
problem. Always here to help.
All right, looks like we're going to hold off for a second as before we get started here. I'm not sure if they need a score correction or a ball return. But we'll go ahead and start with Nicholas Scott. Since he is waiting for his turn here. He's got the flag out, so that's the sign to the volunteer lane monitors that we need some help. So hopefully one of them will be running over soon here. But Nicholas Scott out of Mooresville, North Carolina, carrying a 218 average, high game of 300, high series is 789. A favorite bowler, Mike Fagan.
All right, Nicholas Scott. Let's see if we can find him here. 39th place, sitting at 197.84 average. So he's got a little bit of work to do to get into the top 16 today.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
All right, and Connor Moldering will be up, or Molderig, excuse me, is going to be up on 17 in a second once we get squared away here. Connor from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. So if you folks from North Carolina here, 231 average, high game of 300, high series 825. Favorite bowler, Norm Duke.
And Connor is in 37th place 198.16 average.
So just a little under par for the week so far. Lucas, I have a hunch that our under 15 boys are going to finish a little bit sooner.
You think? They're already in the 5th frame of game 1, and we're going a little slow here on 17 and 18 because they had to wait for that ball return.
So Connor's going to be stepping up here in the second on 17. And on 18 is going to be Rick McCormick out of Cincinnati. Carries a lofty 242 average, very nice. High game of 300, high series 825. Favorite bowler, Wes Malott.
Strike a lot, Malott. And he is in McCormick, 40th place. 197.79 average today, or for the 19 games so far.
All right, Christopher Wiley up next on 17 out of Freeport, Illinois. It's a high game of 300, high series 799. We've seen too many of those. And Norm Duke is his favorite. See strikes there in the second.
Was that Christopher that you just mentioned?
That was Christopher, yep.
He is in 38th place, 198.11 average. As you can kind of figure out, all these bowlers are right next to each other in the standings.
All right, Dallas Sims is stepping up next from Franklin Springs, Georgia, up on lane 18. 226 average. High game of 300, high series 806. Favorite bowler, Wes Malott as well. So a few West fans here on 17 and 18. Looks like.
Go ahead.
Oh, looks like Dallas sporting an Emmanuel jersey. So that's been a newer college to take to the collegiate ranks.
Dallas tied for 33rd. Bowled a 278 game today. Went 48 over this morning in the first 5 games today, and moved up to a 198.58 average. So he moved up a pretty good clip after shooting 48 over today. So that was a nice total for him. Most of it coming in that 278 game number 3.
All right, Alex Glinski will be next up on 18. Joining us from Linfield, Pennsylvania. Carries a 236 average, high game of 300, high series 834. And everybody likes Wes on 17 and 18.
They have something to talk about. Alex also tied for 33rd at 37.73 coming into this for 19 games. So just a little bit on the minus side.
All right, we've talked a little bit about Aaron stepping up here on lane 18. He was actually on our featured pair to end the advances round, and we weren't sure where he was sitting, and it looked like he was sitting all right, though.
Yeah, he moved 35th place, so he went down a little bit. I want to say that you said he was in like 18th or 19th coming into today, and he moved down to 35th, but I think he probably moved down less than he thought he would. And he's at minus 34 for the tournament.
Aaron coming to us from Olathe, Kansas. 235 average, 300 career, or 300 for a high game, 801 series. Rhino Page, his favorite bowler, keeping it in Florida where he's competing at school.
There you go.
Finally joining us last, stepping up on 18, Michael Coffey out of Melbourne, Florida. 220 average, 300 for a high game, 797 high series. Favorite bowler, Michael Fagan, and I believe Michael has a few other credentials as well.
Yeah, Michael's been on Junior Team USA a few times. Good player. Sitting at 35th place. He's at minus 34 as well. Shot 966 this morning, so he was obviously even coming into the day and gave back a little bit this morning on the advancers round.
All right, so those are our players for game 1 of 5. So once again, bowlers will switch pairs for every game, so we'll have a new set for each round here. We also got a note from the crowd, hoping to give a shout out to the Long Island Youth Bowling Tour. I think I saw 1 or 2 kids supporting those jerseys. They end up having 14 bowlers advance, and I believe a few of them still alive. Amanda Najokas in the under 12 girls division. Kelly Shalaki, who we just saw in the under 20 girls in our final game in the advances round. Jacob Klein for the under 20 boys, Anthony Najokas, and Nick Karuna. So a few folks hoping to give them a shout out. We'll see if any of them happen to cross our feature pair here for the under 20 boys group. So thanks for tuning in and supporting youth bowling.
Well, just a couple of frames to go in game 1 for our U15 boys. We're moving right along. I heard them announce that the first round of match play will start about 45 minutes after this round ends, after the last ball. We started a little bit after 4 o'clock, I believe, so probably looking at maybe about 4 hours to bowl. So I would guess around 9 o'clock is when we'll start match play. If we bowl at a pretty good pace here. The good news is the U15 boys, U15 girls, they will bowl very fast, only 4 in a pair, but that doesn't really speed anything up because we still have 8 on a pair for the other divisions.
May just get a little bit more rest before the next round.
Yeah, the U15 bowlers will have a little bit of an extra.
They can go to Portillo's.
That's right, they can go to Portillo's and get a couple of hot dogs and some fries and maybe a piece of chocolate cake and then come back. And I'm not sure I'd want to bowl after eating all that, but it'd be nice and happy.
Crowd getting a little bit louder here as the tournament starts to wind down, and of course a lot of time and effort taken by not only the kids to get to this level, but the parents as well for having to sit back and only watch. So they're totally invested back here and excited to see their kids doing so well.
174 for Taylor Major. He's the first bowler on that pair to finish up. Kyle Lewis with a strike for a double in the 10th. He can get to 172. Nicholas Postag looking at 173 as a max, and Rodriguez can max out at 208 to wind down game 1. Puerto Rican contingency making themselves known with some loud yells for Raymond Rodriguez Jr. Well deserved, 3 strikes in a row. Rodriguez looks pretty intense early on here.
As we said, these guys just outside the cut number for the top 16, so.
A little high, got the 4 out. Nice break. It's going to get him into the 200s, get him on the plus side to start off this block.
So definitely a big way to start it, and nice boost to the confidence as well.
Bowling on London, by the way, 44 feet. Pretty similar pattern to what the PWBA bowled on last week in Sacramento. It's 44 feet, kind of based on the London pattern. Oh, blowout 9-pin.
Well, good place for it, though.
That's a perfect place to leave that. And a 207, I believe, for Rodriguez. Nicely done. So we'll get some new U15 bowlers in just a couple of minutes. As we start off the 5th frame on our U20 boys pair. Looking for the girls competition, you can watch that over on the other channel. Go to youtube.com/BullTV. Randy Peterson anchoring that coverage over there. If you'd like to hear Randy and his always fun analogies, I'm sure there's no shortage of them over on the other channel right now.
I could only imagine.
Yeah, You want some butter with that sweet roll, that kind of stuff. I think that's what he says, something like that.
Gravy train with biscuit wheels.
Yeah, you and I need to start working on our catchphrases, Aaron.
I say yowza a lot at the Open.
Yowza.
So. Come on, Lucas, you've coined so many memorable moments.
That is true.
Walter.
I had one the other day. Walter, I had one the other day at the PWBA where somebody shredded the rack, and I said she shredded that more than a head of lettuce or something like that. I don't know if that one's going to catch on.
That's a stretch. It's a start, though.
I got the CDB tickler when somebody collapses the bucket or knocks over a 2-pin. But mainly I just yell a lot when something exciting happens.
You are the Gus Johnson of bowling.
Nice spare by Aaron Uratovich. Clean through 5. Looks like we've got some fresh faces coming over on 15 and 16 for game 2.
Max and Tyler matching jerseys here.
Yeah, they are. All right, let's see if I can track them down here. Tyler Kleinpier from Inver Grove Heights, Minnesota. 210 average, 770 high set, 290 high game, and Jason Belmonte, his favorite bowler.
Tyler entered this round in 13th place, so inside the cut.
Max Roars from Maple Grove, Minnesota. Chris Barnes is his favorite bowler. He's bowled a 279 game, a 730 series, and has a 201 average.
Max in 23rd, so these guys not as grouped up as the last pair on 15 and 16.
Jalen Mosley of Indianapolis, and that's all I've got on him.
Jalen entered this round in 14th place.
Still waiting for our other bowler to...
I'm going to guess it's Brandon Donahue.
Yeah, it is Donahue. And he'll be up in just a minute.
Brandon's in 24th place entering the final advancers round.
Brandon is from Webster, New York, a 200 average, a 760 high series, 278 high game, and his favorite bowler is one that I don't think we've heard yet. Aaron's like, what? And that would be the gentleman.
Jack Jurek.
Jack Jurek.
We actually had someone else, it might have been earlier today, who had Jack Jurek as a favorite.
Really?
Another youngster out of the New York area.
Well, if you're going to have somebody who's a role model as a bowler, I'm not sure that it gets much better than Jack Jurek.
Jack Jurek definitely up there on the list. Joey in the chat helping us out with one of the Randy Peterson isms.
Yes, just reading that too.
That ball went out for burger and fries and came back with steak and potatoes. There we go.
Making me hungry.
Good job, buddy.
focus. We got a lot at stake here. We'll mention food again, but
different kind of steak.
different kind of steak for these competitors in the 15 and 20 division, because after this round, the 24 games, we're going to have a few folks earn spots on Junior Team USA and the developmental team, just like that, for those who are age eligible, I should say, for their particular division. So that's definitely going to be exciting for the under 20 boys. 4 of them will be earned spots on Junior Team USA for 2016 based off their finish here after 24 games. So top 4 in the standings who have not surpassed a certain date for their birthday get to rep the red, white, and blue just like that.
Our Junior Team USA member is just getting back from Panama a couple of weeks ago, where they competed in the PABCON Youth Championships. They did pretty well. Won, I think, 8 out of 12 gold medals. So pretty good performance. The Junior Team USA boys, they swept all the medals. Thanks in part to Cameron Doyle, who I think won 4 gold medals in the event. So it's pretty spectacular. Next year might be a world championship year for the youth. I need to look at the calendar, but it might be. Take a look at worldbowling.org and see what the schedule looks like. Oh yeah, how could I forget? It's July 24th to August 3rd at Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. So next July, the World Youth Championships in Lincoln, right here in the States.
Lincoln will also be a host to a PWBA event in just a few weeks.
Yes, it will. Be heading there, and seems like just a couple of short weeks. Next week is Wichita, and then on from there. I think we got the Lucy, and that's in Houston, and Topeka, and Lincoln, Welch, Minnesota, Detroit, North Brunswick, New Jersey after that, and then back to Arlington, Texas for the finale. So all over the place with the PWBA this summer.
I think by game 5, Aaron was a little frustrated on the sole pattern, but finding some success here on London. So we switched to it as we switch new rounds, for sure. Working on his second double of the game so far. You mentioned Cameron Doyle. He's one pair to our right. Made a big jump in this last round to make the top 64. I think he was sitting in 43rd after entering this round, and looking pretty strong so far in game 1. Still go 268. They're already through Aiken Ray for the 9th.
Bowling 5 games in this final qualifying round is basically what it is, and Junior Team USA spots are going to be awarded here this afternoon after these 5 games, based on the 24 game totals.
Process a little bit different for Team US or Junior Team USA this year as well. With there's actually no selections here at Junior Gold, so the 6 spots that will be handed out will be earned from the 4 coming out of the top 25, or after 24 games, excuse me, and then the top 2 who don't already have spots and are age eligible in the double elimination bracket. Tyler stepping up on lane 16, working on 4 strikes in a row. He's bounced back nicely after an open in the second. Tyler was already inside the number for the top 16 heading into the final advancers round, so we'll see if he can hold on to it. Looking to make a great case for that here in game 2.
Looks like they put some scores up on the U15 side. And actually you can see it scrolling on your screen, it looks like, right underneath the U15 scoreboards. Tom Hankey is leading 41-24. Jorge Rodriguez is second place at 40-12. So you can take a look at that as it scrolls on the screen.
Looks like Raymond Rodriguez, who was just on our featured pair, moved into the 16th spot after his 2:07 in game 1. Question about whether Kenan McFalls out of Gastonia, North Carolina advanced. He did. He was sitting in 13th place overall. He is not 100% sure what pair Kenan is on, but I believe you can check X Bowling for that. Somewhere between lanes 17 and 32, I believe, is where the under 20 boys final advances round is taking place. So
it looks like the U15 boys are going to bowl 2 games in the amount of time that we've bowled 1 on 17 and 18, which kind of makes sense because there's 8 bowlers on that pair and 4 on the U15 pair. So they're going to get done pretty quick on the U15 side.
Yeah, moving right along. And it's nice seeing, I don't know if our cameras are catching it all, but I like that these guys are, especially on the under 15 pair, really cheering for each other here and rooting each other on as competitors, and definitely a good thing to see out here. It's been a long week already, a lot of bowling, a lot of games, a lot of possible frustration along the way as well, just making it this far and going through the grind of several different patterns and different houses and just everything combined to still be able to cheer on their fellow competitor and kind of be unselfish about it. It's definitely refreshing.
Tenth frame on both pairs. Game 2 on 15 and 16. Game 1 on 17 and 18. Scores a little bit higher this game on our U15 pair. Looks like everybody, just about everybody's got a chance to get right around even or better. Roar's going to be at 192 with a strike on the fill. Kleinpier can get to 225, so that'd be pretty good score. The other two guys can get to 2-0 if they strike out in the 10th. Got 2 rounds of match play tonight, cutting to the top 16 for the U20 and the U15. All the divisions cut to 16 that are bowling right now. U12's already bowled 2 rounds of match play. They're done for the day. Come back tomorrow morning at 7:30. All divisions bowl tomorrow morning at 7:30 for the continuation of match play.
Jalen Mosley is going to have the final shot here on our under 15 boys pair. Fish it off with 205. Jalen was inside the cut line, so I'm sure this will help out a little bit as well. 202. Aaron Uradovich working on 4 in a row, getting ready to step up on lane 18th. As our under 20 pair is in the 10th frame now. Still get to 256.
That would be a pretty good score. That would give him a big boost. Make up a lot of the pins he gave back this morning, but not going to get there. It's going to be in the 230s with the spare. Still a good way to start the block. I'm sure Mom will approve of a 230 plus game. She's standing right to my left. Very intensely focused on the bowling. Wow. Nice 7-10 breakup right there for Rick.
Very nice.
That was pretty cool. It's one of those ones your heart stop and you think, oh, not an open in the 10th. Pocket 7-10, and then they both got snapped out of there for the strike. Makes a big difference. He'd have been at, what, the 170s if he'd have opened right there. 180s. He said he's got a chance to get to the 2 teens.
Anyway, buddy.
Yeah, he would have been at 179 if he'd have gone 8-1. And instead, he's going to be right near 200. So he gets the lucky break on the first shot in the 10th, but doesn't get it on the second shot.
I was summoned.
Good. All right, folks, special guest time. Now joining us, a past champion here at junior gold. As Lucas adjusts his microphone there. Welcome, AJ Johnson.
Thank you. Glad to be here, and it's a little bittersweet with this event being in my home city, not being able to participate, but Storm's been having me do stuff all week, so I still kind of feel a part of it.
Of course, Storm, the big sponsor here, the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Roto-Grip, and Master. And so we've had a chance to talk to a few people today, Chris Schlemmer and Hank Boomershine so far, and now you're joining us here. So once again, welcome to the booth. And
thank you.
And as someone who's kind of been experienced here in this event and has done all right, what is this final advancers round like for these kids out here right now?
I think it's just it's basically like managing your own mistakes, staying clean. The guys that are out ahead, making good shots, and picking up spares, and the guys that are trying to make up some ground, try to find that ball reaction that gets you out of trouble and gives you the most room for mistake. When I bowled the event and when we got to this round, because it was the first time that they went to the 5-game format, I kind of had to do a little bit of managing because I was right around the middle of the pack. So I wanted to keep myself out of trouble and didn't want to go to something that was high risk, high reward. So I'm seeing a lot of good scores from some of these kids. I've been thoroughly impressed by these kids bowling, especially in the younger divisions. The sport of the youth of the sport is incredible.
Certainly so, and we got the chance to see it a little bit yesterday with our under 15 round, and we got the under 15 boys over here, and one of the young players getting ready to step up on 15, Anthony Newer, actually won the under 12 division last year.
Oh wow! And
he aged up. He moved into the under 15, and here he is. He's still fighting.
Yeah, still fighting. I'm going to win the U12, and then I'm just going to move up and compete to win another one.
That's we saw Brianna Clemmer do that just last year after winning the under 15 a few years back. Came back and won under 20 last year in Buffalo. So it's
she's on pace to win third one in a row?
It certainly could be. She's been leading the way pretty much the whole tournament for the under 20.
That's impressive.
Certainly.
That's impressive. This is a hard event to win, one time, let alone a second, possibly a third.
All right, AJ. I have a few folks saying hi in the chat room. Brian Bliss saying what's up. And Andrew Allen from Urbana saying hello as well.
Andrew Allen. I bowled against him in college. That's a good guy. What's going on, Andrew?
So a few folks checking in. Appreciate the insight. And
Brock says don't 9-pin. Oh, they had to bring it up.
Guessing that's Brock Finch.
Yeah.
All right, from Urbana as well. Great cover there by
6-7.
Tiger Miller. AJ, we actually have some bios on these guys, so just a few background information on some of these kids. So we'll take a quick look at our under 15 pair and see what we can find out about them before they start. We already talked about Anthony Newer a little bit. We'll get back to him in a sec. Joshua Donahue up on 15 out of Marietta, Georgia. Carries a 210 average. High game of 298. High series of 798. Favorite bowler, Jason Belmonte.
I couldn't tell.
Yeah, we've seen quite a bit of fan favorites of Mr. Belmonte and quite a few two-handers as well.
Uh-oh.
Richard Paul III just finished up there, Winton,
on,
California. 212 average, high game of 300, high series 774. Favorite bowler, Pete Weber. Anthony Newer, our under 12 champion from 2014 out of Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. Average of 216, high game 300, high series 803. Favorite bowler, Earl Anthony.
Wow.
So going old school there.
Yeah, I like it. The young guy knowing a little bit of history.
And then Tiger Miller, who picked up that 6'7" not too long ago out of Klamath Falls, Oregon, carries a 232 average, high game of 300, high series 803. So
Says favorite bowler, not sure. I still got a chance.
still got a chance.
Still got a chance.
Although when we were going through the lineups earlier in the day, we had a young man from Oswego.
Uh-oh.
And it wasn't A.J. Johnson as his favorite, so you got to do some work in the hometown, sir.
I think that's probably because I haven't been home for very long. I was down at school the last 4 years at McKendree University, and I just graduated this past May, so I haven't been home probably very much at all. So a lot of the guys from hometown and guys that I've bowled with in high school, I probably haven't seen in 4 years. So hopefully I'll get there.
Certainly so. All right, and you mentioned college, and obviously a standout at McKendree, and put on some impressive performances there that we got to watch over the years, and kind of watch you grow, and kind of come from junior gold. You kind of, the process was built for what we like to see with working your way through the youth ranks with junior gold onto the collegiate program, and then you decided to go ahead and move up to the top tier tournaments like the Open Championships and a little thing called the Masters.
Yeah.
And where you had a pretty memorable run back in February.
Yeah, that was a great week. It really kind of opened my eyes to what I have a potential, or to the potential I have, out on tour against those guys. The Masters is not easy to get through by any means. It's probably one of the longest match play formats that they have, and it was a grind, and it was a very, very memorable week, one that I could have only dreamed of. The only thing that would have been a little sweeter is to hold that trophy at the end, but I'll take the experience and second place, my first one, still being in school.
That was certainly fun to watch, and I remember actually going out and watching that with a few friends, and went out and enjoyed the show and everything, and
Awesome.
And it was a good time. Like I said, I'm sure the end result a little different than you would have hoped, but still, it's just got to be an amazing experience to be able to put yourself into that position at such a young age.
Definitely. I learned so much from just that one game on TV. I was on TV before, some youth tournaments up in Wisconsin, and then the National Collegiate Team Championships in Lincoln, Nebraska. We bowled against Robert Morris on the TV final. So I had a little bit of experience, but it was nothing like that. That's a completely different realm, and when you're going for a PBA national title and it's a major, it adds a little bit more to it.
All right, A.J. Johnson joining us here in the final advancers round on Bowl TV. We're already in Game 3 for our under 15 crew on 15 and 16. Just starting Game 2 for the under 20 boys. They have a few more on the pair, so it's going to take a little bit longer for them, which is understandable. So we'll probably have an open pair here in 15 and 16 a little bit sooner than when we're done on 17 and 18. So AJ, getting the opportunity to talk to a few of the other Storm guys earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been in town for Junior Gold? Have you been here since registration, or did you just get in recently? Or
I've been here since the beginning of the week. I live, like you said, in Oswego, so I'm about 40 minutes from here, this center, and I've been here since Friday. We had a matchmaker on Friday that went extremely well. The kids love throwing the new stuff, which I was impressed with. I haven't got a chance to throw some of the new ones yet, and I am itching to throw them. And then we had registration on Saturday, and I was down with Hank Boomershine doing the seminar, kind of talking about getting kids ready for the week, not only on the lanes, balls, patterns, all that stuff, but how to treat your body the right way, during this week, during a long competition, how to fuel it, how to prepare your mind, all that good stuff. And then I've been going around from center to center, watching, helping some kids. There's a lot of local kids and guys that I've been friends with, a few kids at bowling college that are still bowling this event that I've been helping. So I've been around all week. It's fun.
Certainly a cool time. We heard some of the stories about the guys have liked talking about the seeing PDW throw some wiffle ball.
Oh man, that was a blast. We were out in the park from 10 to 4, and I think we always had something going on. And Pete seemed to have a blast throwing wiffle balls with the kids, and we had footballs going around, we had bags going. It was a good time, and I think it was good for the kids to kind of take a little bit of a break, go out to the park, do some things outside and get away from the bowling centers for a little while. Certainly
so, and because once you get into the bowling center here for this tournament, it's a lot of long days, a lot of short nights, waking up the next day for the next block, and AJ as a competitor here at Junior Gold in the past. What year was your first appearance here?
My very first Junior Gold was Indy in 2010 when Marshall won, and it was eye-opening, very, very eye-opening. I felt so prepared, and then getting to the event and going through everything during the week, it was very, very overwhelming, and it was an experience in its own, especially with being the first one, and then I bowled it the next 3 years, and thought that the second one was going to get a little bit better, considering, all right, I've got experience now. I bowled the first one, I got it out of the way. Well, I start the second one, and I go 200 and some under the first day, and I was so mentally distraught and broken down that I was almost ready to go home. And I met a guy that was coaching that week, Todd Book, who some guys know. He's made a few PBA shows here and there. He talked with me for a little while, helped me throughout the week, and just kind of put me in the right mindset for the next 2 days. And I ended up going from 900th place to 90th.
Oh wow, that's a fantastic comeback there.
So it was a little bit of a breakout, and kind of gave me the understanding that no matter what happens, you can still come back from it. That's a never give up mentality. And from then on, the rest is history. I came back the next year, won it that following year back in Indy, and then tried to repeat in Detroit. And with all the stuff going on in Detroit, they had so many different things go wrong for the centers that the bowlers couldn't control. I think they had 4 or 5 people pass out in the bowling centers. It was an experience in its own, but it made it to the final advances round and just couldn't squeak into match play.
And you talked about going back to your first tournament in 2010, and for kids watching at home who haven't quite been here, it really is a sight to see it for what's going on behind us right now. Just the massive crowds, all the parents, all the supporters out there, and you can feel sharp about your game, but this kind of experience, similar to maybe bowling in a place like the National Bowling Stadium for the first time, and experiencing just a different kind of atmosphere, even though the lane's still 60 feet. There's still 10 pins out there. It's all the same, but just the environment is so different and could definitely be overwhelming for someone. So what kind of advice for Mason, the younger kids looking to make that first Junior Gold trip, would you give them based off of your experiences?
Oh man, there's a lot of things. It's the biggest youth tournament in the country, and it has so much prestige, in its own. Having these people back here watching all week, and they bring in the fire marshals because there's too many people. It's a great thing for this sport, and kids that are coming in to bowl, they don't really think of those things. They don't think of oh my God, there's a huge crowd back here, that, all these different things. The centers being as big as they are. I mean, I think this one's 82 or 84 lanes. So the biggest thing for me, to say to the younger kids is just try to slow everything down during the week and make the most of it. Have fun, of course, because this is a fun sport. But keep an open mind, enjoy it, and don't feel like anything is any different than bowling on your favorite pair back home. If 19 and 20 in your home center is your favorite pair, then when you come out here to bowl, just picture yourself bowling on 19 and 20 in that center, and do exactly what it is that you've been doing to prepare for this event, because you're already good enough. You've already shown everybody that you can win, you can qualify for this event. The rest is just up to you to make your shots, make your spares, all that good stuff.
All right, we're getting some great insight from past junior gold champion and Storm staffer AJ Johnson joining us in the booth. We are in
Storm has done a great job with this event the whole week. Having all the different things for the kids at the beginning of the week and the weekend, the different seminars, the day in the park thing. I mean, they've done a great job hosting this event, and I was glad to see Storm, Roto, and Master take over, because I've seen over the last few years a lot of kids throw their equipment, and a lot of kids look for those lightning bolts and those stars. So I think they've done well, and I think they're going to stay the sponsor for this event for a while now.
And in talking to some of the guys earlier, the first year is being the main presenting sponsor, and kind of they've seen the event, but their first time in that role, and I think they're excited to try some new things coming into next year and move on from there. So definitely, but a great step in the right direction, and I've heard so many positive comments about just being able to walk around the center and see a Rhino Page, a Randy Peterson, AJ Johnson, Hank Boomershine, all those guys is, for someone who's a fan of the sport as well as in it, that's I think that's pretty awesome, and I gotta imagine these kids are just can be starstruck from time to time too. So we appreciate you guys with your continued support of this event.
Oh, of course, always. I will always be a huge supporter of this event. This is great. I mean, it really, to hear that they have record-breaking numbers as far as participants this year just shows everybody, that the sport of bowling is growing, and it's still a huge thing for kids to do. The future of our sport is very, very bright. And walking around this week and seeing all the kids bowling and the talent of all the kids bowling is amazing. Like I said earlier, I was very impressed with these kids. And especially to deal with, the things that have been thrown at them this week. I know the very first day, very first squad, the power went out for 3.5 hours here. And for some of the kids to just kind of deal with that in its own and still come back to bowl and have success, it shows the true mental toughness of these kids.
Certainly so, and we're getting to see the end of game number 3 for the under 15 crew. Anthony Newer already in the books at 193. Joshua Donahue can get to 201 with one more strike. Tiger Miller throwing a lot of strikes. Doing his best AJ Johnson impersonation.
The under 20 division's got, on the live stream, they've got some good talent here. Cameron Doyle, who just got back from PABCon earlier in the summer, and if I think I remember hearing right, that the Team USA boys took 21 of 22 medals.
I think Lucas was talking about that earlier. I think he threw out the swept word, so yeah. That was for gold at least. So
yeah, that was amazing.
Very impressive. But we'll get the rundown of our feature pair here in just a second for the under 20 group as they finish up on 15-16 for the under 15s. We'll start with Jacob Yazla, who's up on lane 17. Leaves the 10 pin there. Jacob out of Lexington, Kentucky, average at 223, high game at 300, high series 802. Favorite bowler, Marshall Kent.
Another past champion of this event.
Yep. Dakota Vostry, coming from Bolingbrook, Illinois, not too far away.
Hometown.
That's right, 225 average, high game of 300, high series 814. Favorite bowler Pete Weber, and his brother Tyler, also a past member of Junior Team USA.
Yes, he is. I know the Vostry family very well. Dakota and I practice back home together all the time. So he's a very good bowler, and I believe he's attending Robert Morris next year, so he'll have a lot of success there.
Very solid program that continues to get better and better each year. Micaiah McCracken stepping up on 17. Micaiah's out of Keller, Texas. Carries a 230 average, high game of 300, high series 813. Favorite bowler, Norm Duke. Zach Wolfel stepping up on 18 out of Chilton, Wisconsin. Average of 217, high game of 300, high series 787. His favorite bowler, Belmo. Belmo has been a very popular choice for the kids this week.
I was just about to say, another Belmo. That guy must be pretty good or something. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, he's figured this thing out, this whole two-handed thing. So, and that's something we've seen just a ton of, especially on the boys' side. Just a ton of two-handers this week. James Matthew getting ready to step up on lane 17 out of Prattville, Alabama. Carries a 245 average. Wow. High game of 300, high series 837. Some big numbers here for James. Favorite bowler, Pete Weber.
That's impressive.
And of course, Cameron Doyle. You may have heard of him. He's done all right for himself. The reigning Team USA Trials champion out of Brentwood, Tennessee. Only a 251 average for him this year.
That's it?
That's it. High game of 300, high series 824. Favorite bowler, Tommy Jones.
I think when Cameron was younger, Tommy used to help him out a little bit, coach him at Junior Gold. I remember seeing Tommy the year that Cameron made match play when he was 13, I believe. Tommy was there helping.
Yeah, just as Cameron has continued to grow, and it's hard to think he's maybe 17 now.
Yeah.
Seems like that name's been on the radar for much longer. So.
And I think I saw yesterday that him and Wesley signed their letters and are going to be attending Wichita State next year, or Wesley next year, Cameron in 2 years.
That's what I saw as well. So the Shaka program continues to get stronger and stronger. Here's Tyler Perry, New Bedford, Massachusetts, 236 average, high game 300, high series. Check this out, 876.
Jeez, rough day of carry at the office.
Favorite bowler, Pete Weber. Wow, Storm Guys is the favorite bowlers here. Pete Virgos out of Apopka, Florida, 244 average, high game 300, high series 844. His favorite bowler, the king of swing, Mike Fagan. I think we might roll through those guys just like that.
I think that covers it.
We'll make sure, but now AJ, what's in store for you next here as far as tournaments and what you have on tap with Storm as well?
It's starting to get pretty busy once this week's over. I'm bowling a regional this weekend in Fisher, Indiana, and then coming up after that, there's a regional up here in Hoffman Estates, and then I'm getting ready to bowl the PBA 50 doubles tournament. I just found out today that I'm going to New Jersey to bowl one of the Underground Bowling Association events with Team Storm, the Brigham City Bolts.
All right, very cool.
So I get to bowl with Mr. Holsenberg, Dave Cost, Chris Schlemmer, and Brad Angelo, and I think one other person. I can't remember the other name, but I'll finally get to see what that whole thing's about. It looks like it's a lot of fun. From listening and hearing from other guys that have bowled those things, that it's just a blast. And then after that, there's a couple other events. One out in Delaware, Super Regional, that's now a national title. I think it's an extra frame event.
Okay.
And then in amongst the Vegas shootout out in South Point, it's a team singles and doubles tournament, and the U.S. Open, and then the World Series. I'm trying to schedule to go to Saudi Arabia and Qatar.
Oh, wow.
To bowl a couple of the overseas events before the World Series, just to kind of get my feet wet over there, and hopefully find some success overseas as well as in the States. But once the fall hits, it's going to get pretty busy, which is good. They've created more tournaments and more stops for us, and it's been a lot of fun. I just got back from Pensacola and Lubbock, Texas, not too long ago, and very fortunate to have Storm behind me the entire way. They've been very good to me, very good to a lot of players, and I wouldn't have it any other way. The guys that operate and own the business are absolutely amazing. They couldn't do a better job. So I'm very, very appreciative that, and very fortunate that I've been able to be with them for the last 3 years. So hopefully they still want me on their staff, and they'll continue to have me. But
I think you'll be all right. All right, we were talking about the matchmaker earlier in the week, giving the kids the opportunity to try some of the latest and greatest from Storm and Roto-Grip. You mentioned that you really haven't had the opportunity to put them through their paces yet, if you will. How about going back in time a little bit, telling us some of your favorite bowling balls over the course of the years?
Oh man, well, the IQ Tour is probably one of the best bowling balls I've thrown in a long time, and I think they're going to keep it around for a little while. That ball, it's almost like a benchmark ball. I can throw it right from the beginning and know if I need something stronger, if I need something weaker, or if it's just that ball for that day. The Marvel S was just discontinued. I was very, very sad that one kind of went away. As soon as I heard that, I said, I need to order a case of those because I need to keep some of those away for a rainy day.
Absolutely.
But some of the new ones, the only one that I've really got a chance to throw was the Skyrocket. That's the one I've thrown in the last couple tournaments, and I'm very impressed with it. I really like the Rocket, the one before it, but the Skyrocket I think is going to kind of take over a little bit because it gives the motion that a lot of bowlers are kind of looking for, especially late in the day. Mm-hmm. A little cleaner, a little bit more off the spot down lane. But as far as past bowling balls, the year that I won this event, I threw a Modern Marvel almost on every pattern. And I wish they would bring something back like it because that ball was amazing. But other than that, I think the majority of it has been, the IQ Tour line, the Marvel line, and then the High Road, Rocket, Skyrocket line. You can't really go wrong with that. I've enjoyed throwing those bowling balls for a while. They seem to do the right thing.
And that's definitely translated to Sundays and Tuesdays and whenever the PBA is on nowadays. You've seen very familiar names. The High Road just seems to never go away. It's always around. The IQ Tour, we see that ton even from here, from the Bowl TV camera, going from event to event, whether it's the Open Championships, whether it's the collegiate events, very popular selection. So something definitely going right there in Utah.
Yeah, those bowling balls coming out of Utah seem to be pretty hot these days.
All right, we got some new under 15 competitors on 15 and 16. We'll give a quick rundown of these guys as they're in game number 4 already. They're moving right along. Only four on the pair, so they'll go a little bit quicker. Rajon Carter, we had him on yesterday as well, out of Chicago, not too far away. 201 average, high game at 265, high series at 725. His favorite bowler, Chris Barnes. Colin Walsh will be stepping up on lane 16 out of Columbia, Missouri. Average of 179, so he's done fairly well this week, bowling above his average. High game 268, high series 707. Favorite bowler, Ronnie Russell.
Country boy.
Country boy, that's right.
I heard that if he lived in Tennessee, someone had said he probably wouldn't be bowling because he would be playing the guitar and singing for a country band somewhere. And I've heard him play, and it is pretty impressive.
All right, we'll have to get Ronnie Russell on the live stream one of these times and have him belt out a few verses here. Jacob Mullen getting ready to step up on 15, starting with a double. Jacob out of Bellingham, Washington, average of 199, high game 299. High series 792. His favorite bowler, Rhino Page. Then our final bowler who will be stepping up on lane 15 in the second after Jacob finishes up, Nicholas Bowman out of Indianapolis. 221 average, high game 289. High series 772. This is a Ronnie Russell kind of pair on 15 and 16 right now. So
I believe Ronnie's from the Indy area, so I could see.
Of course, and he's definitely had a lot of success. He's made a ton of shows over the past few years, along with a few titles. So
Jacob Mullen, I bowled against his older brother in college and bowled with his older brother in the Junior World Team event. They've got some talent in that family. Those kids are some pretty good bowlers. Josh, his older brother, almost made junior team at team trials earlier this year. They've come a long way.
I think
they need to stop growing though. They're like 6'7".
I think we saw the older Mullen a little bit earlier today, or possibly yesterday. So
is he still bowling? Wow.
I think so. So the last name definitely rings a bell. So have to double check. Nice shot there by Tyler for the double. Clean so far as we start the 8th frame. These guys are picking up the pace a little bit.
This doesn't seem to be too friendly of a pair. See a lot of spares, a couple of opens. Just gotta manage the mistakes, manage your ball motion, keep yourself out of trouble.
And that's definitely a key and something in talking with Chris and Hank earlier today. And just we had the under 20 boys and under 20 girls next to each other, and just kind of watching as the block progressed and just kind of glancing at the scoreboard, we saw that the young ladies seem to be covering their spares a little bit better and a little bit more common basis. And just talking, their ladies generally don't strike as much on these tougher shots, but they're very good at keeping it in play, and
very much so,
and just great spare shooters. Whereas the guys, it seems like their strike window a little bit bigger.
Yeah. But
they let a few of those frames get away with some spares and some designer splits too. So
yeah, that's for sure. The guys, the younger guys, as I've watched, they like to see the big ball motion and the pins just fly everywhere. Whereas the girls, they just like to roll it right in front of them, keep it in play and make their spares, and it's shown. You know, a lot of the better female bowlers that come to that rise to the top are usually those ones that just keep it in the track, make their spares, and just stay. You know, they keep an even keel throughout the week.
And of course, if you want to see the under 20 girls and boys, or under 20 and under 15 girls rounds going on right now, be sure to go to youtube.com/BowlTV, and we have another stream going on right now. That is the Storm booth, if you will.
Oh, wow.
Live streaming. So we actually had 3 different booths set up. Craig Elliott from Michigan Bowler TV helped us out with the under 12 division earlier today. He was teamed up with Wes Malott for most of the day. Wes's son still alive in the tournament in the under 12 division.
Wes's son, and I think if it's the right one, Jordan, I believe.
I believe it's Jordan as well, yep.
Is one heck of a baseball player. They travel all over the country with him playing baseball, and when we bowled in Pensacola just a few weeks ago, he actually came with because there was one of the big youth baseball tournaments going on, and their team won undefeated. They went right through the tournament, never lost, and Wes Malott's son had a pretty big hand in all of that. He's an athlete. And he happens to be a very good bowler, just like his father.
That's true. Had the big bag swing, and saw him throw a few shots earlier today, and watched on the stream as well. And I think he got knocked down to the contenders bracket, but still alive in the tournament, so can still make a run here at claiming an under 12 title. Now AJ has, between your time at McKendree and time on Junior Team USA, Team USA, and as well as now taking it to the professional level. We're bowling on London here for this round, 44 feet. For the folks watching at home, can you kind of explain what the mindset might be for these kids as they attack a pattern like this?
It's tough because, you know, not everybody is the same. Everybody, like, you know, the guys that feel like they're in the hunt for the number to get to the top 16, you know, they're looking for that 230, 240 ball reaction, whereas the kids that are, you know, seem to be in the number pretty easily, they're looking for the 2-0, 2-teen, you know, 190 even ball reaction that's just going to keep them out of trouble. You know, some kids are wired a little bit differently. They like to see scores. They like to watch the numbers and know how far they are out, so it pushes them, motivates them to throw better shots. Others are, you know, I don't even want to worry about it. I just want to focus on my own game and make as best shot as I can. And a lot of times that works out for a lot of kids because at younger ages like this, if you get wrapped up in the score and you start score watching, your head starts racing different directions, and it kind of takes you away from what you're doing and in your own focus on knocking down the pins in front of you. So my advice would be to just focus on what you can do and you do only. Don't worry about what everybody else is doing because, you know, some kids could have a really big game and then could fall off right afterwards, and if you happen to see the really good game and not the bad, you know, okay game, then it kind of takes a lot from you, and it doesn't usually end up working out very well. In my youth, I've done a lot of score watching, and I learned very quickly to stop watching scores. Because it just ends up, you know, taking you away from what you're trying to do in your own game plan. So I think the kids that are, you know, very tunnel visioned, only worry about what they're doing, are going to find themselves bowling match play at the end of the week and bowling for a title.
All right, some great insight there from AJ Johnson, past junior gold champion, and Storm Stafford joining us here on Bowl TV at the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. We are at Stardust Bowl in Addison, Illinois. Behind lanes at 15, 16, 17, and 18 for the final advancers round of the under 15 and under 20 boys. We'll be back on Bowl TV right after they finish up, about 45 minutes after the last ball, for the first 2 rounds of match play as well. And AJ, off the top of my head, I don't recall how your run went through match play, but the format I know is always changing a little bit. Was it the double elimination format at the time?
It was.
Did you have to? Did you make it through unscathed, or did you have to fight your way through the contenders bracket?
I went undefeated in match play. One of my pretty cool stats that I have so far in my experience with USBC tournaments is I am undefeated in all of USBC match play.
That's a pretty good record to have.
I went undefeated the year I made match play junior gold. And then I went undefeated at the Masters as well. And I believe those are the only 2 match play events through USBC that I've made. And one ended up a little bit better than the other, but that happens. But yeah, that was the year that I won. It was the very first year that Junior Gold and North Point merged together. And they went to the 2-game double elimination bracket format. And I know there were a lot of kids that were kind of upset about it because they enjoyed the round robin match play with the bonus pins, kind of the way Junior Gold used to always be ran. Mm-hmm. And some kids enjoyed the new format. Me being one of them. I think the 2-game total pinfall double elimination gives kids a lot better chance, I think, than the round robin. The round robin, you get a couple kids out in front that absolutely destroyed qualifying in the semifinal rounds. They can kind of skate through the round robin and get to the end, to the position round. Now, when you go to the bracket style and have the 2-game double elimination, it brings all 16 bowlers that made match play into play, and anything can happen.
Certainly so. The lesson here, though, is don't draw A.J. Johnson in match play.
When I made match play, I had to bowl against Marshall the very first round, and I gotta tell you, I was pretty nervous. And Marshall and I are very good friends, and we joke about it all the time. But I was pretty nervous because we went back to the center that he won in, so he knows it really well. Mm-hmm. And here I am bowling against him in the very first round of match play, and it was a dogfight. It was a dogfight.
That was going to be my next question. Along as you made your way through the bracket, any matches that had a big turn in them, or anything that was super close coming down to the final frame, or?
My second match I bowled against Jacob Kent, the son of Hall of Famer Doug Kent. We got down to the second game, the 10th frame, and I think I needed to go strike spare. And I got the first one, and I spared in the 10th. And I think if he would have struck out, we might have tied, because it was only a 3-pin match when it was all said and done. Mm-hmm. And he spared in the first frame, and it was over with. And he and I joke a little bit too, because he likes to dish it to me a little bit. And he's like, you only beat me by 3 pins. And I said, yeah, but what'd you do after that? But yeah, no, I had some very, very good matches in my run that year. The title match against Andrew Anderson, who has become a very, very good bowler as he's gotten older. The second game, I started out like strike spare, open, and I was kind of put in a position because I think he had gone strike spare double. So only having a 20-pin lead after the first game, I was kind of in, fight mode. I needed to find something quickly and get things going. So I went back and talked to a couple of guys that were helping me throughout the week, and got me a little better position, and I threw the last 7, I believe, to take the title. So that was a fun match, and that was very, very emotional for me as well.
All right, we are in the 10th frame for both of our pairs right now, so we'll be getting some new bowlers in just a second. Cameron Doyle getting ready to step up on 17. Can get to 237 here with 3 strikes in the 10th.
He had a good first game too, I believe.
I saw him through 8 frames. He could still get to 260. I'm not sure how he finished up.
He
made a big run today, though, just to make it to this round.
Yeah. He was, during qualifying, if I remember right from scores just from hearing friends of his, he wasn't having a very good week. And to come back at the end of the week to make it into the first advancers round, and then to have a big round then and make it into the second advancers round, just kind of shows the kind of player he is. He's a very good bowler.
Certainly so. We have a nice 230 game over on lane 15. That could be a huge turn of events here in the under 15 division for Colin Walsh, finishing up big. And I saw a post in the chat saying that the other stream going on right now has a front 9.
Wow.
So Jasmine Mason, Junior Team USA member and collegiate national champion at Nebraska, making short work of this 44-foot pattern here in, I'm actually not sure what game they're in over there, but
I remember watching her. I think her rev rate's higher than mine. That's scary.
She's a player for sure. That was she was definitely a catalyst at the top of the lineup for that Nebraska team as they made their run this year to capture the NCAA championship. But yeah, great player out of the Northeast. I want to say Rhode Island. Not 100% sure.
I'm not sure either. Yeah, no, she's a great player. She throws the ball amazing, and it speaks for itself. I mean, she bowled well at PABCON with junior team and won a national title in Nebraska. So the future looks very bright for her.
Absolutely. Nice 226 for Cameron there, continuing to make his way up the leaderboard. I think he started today in about 110th or so. He moved up into 43rd here in the position round, or in the last round. So does he have enough to get to that top 16? It'll be definitely interesting. 2 big games to start already.
Anything can happen in 3 games. Anything can happen.
And I'm sure the folks, and, you talked about trying to avoid the score watching, but Cameron's a high-profile player. Crossing by you or coming by you, that might intimidate a few folks along the way too. So you never know. Hopefully these kids are focused on their shot making. And Nicholas Bowman, I believe he was the cut coming into the round of 32, putting together a nice game here. Just 2 9 spares in the middle there
On 250 pace.
Let's see what Nicholas can muster up here. First shot of the 10th. Oh, that's mean. Great shot, Nicholas.
That is not fair at all. That looked like one of Randy Peterson's 8 pins.
That did. That was.
I know he kind of had some fun recently with the famous Stone 8. He changed his Twitter name, I believe, to Stone 8 RP or RP Stone 8. Has his own Twitter page for the Stone 8, and it's kind of gone a little bit gone viral recently. So it was pretty funny.
Yeah, that was a great shot by Nicholas. takes care of the spare, though. Tyler Perry finishing up nice here. Looking into the, are already in the 250s. And we won't mind if you switch over to the other channel for a second. It's a different event, so maybe you can have both of them open right now, but it looks like it's time for Jasmine Mason to step up in the 10th frame. Over on the Storm broadcast. Here's her first shot. Slaps out the 10. Very nice. Nice 244 from Nicholas Bowman. Tyler Perry, 259. Great effort here. .235 for Colin Walsh as well. These guys making a move late here in the final advancers round. So keeping an eye on the other stream as well. Jasmine Mason in front 10. She'll be up for number 11 here in a second. There she goes. Looks like a 4-pin. Her body language kind of said that she wasn't absolutely 100% thrilled with that shot, but it still almost got back, and what an effort there. 289 with the spare.
289 is huge this week. I think this is one of the toughest years so far as patterns, houses, all that good, everything, you know, playing a role in everything. It's been pretty tough for these bowlers. So the guys that can kind of manage everything, make good shots, and of course, you know, make their spares, they're showing that they're, you know, rising to the top.
All right.
But definitely having a 289 game doesn't hurt things. That's for sure.
Not at all. A good plus 89 kick in the score never hurt anybody. So that's definitely a big game here in the final stages of the final advancers round. Rajon Carter finishes up a 170 on our under 15 pair. So they only have one more game there. So we will get the final group on 15 and 16, and looks like we're ready to start game number 3 here for the under 20 group. Got the names up there, so we'll get you a rundown of those folks in just a few minutes. I'm Aaron Smith alongside past junior gold champion and Storm staffer AJ Johnson, joining us here at the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Rotogrip, and Master here in the Chicagoland area, Addison, Illinois. Stardust Bowl behind lanes 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Brian Bliss with a question. Who's your favorite to win from the field of 64 players that are left in boys U20? Wow, talk about a tough question.
Indeed.
Do we have standings at all?
I can pull that up for you. Let's see. That's 15. Here's 20. So might have to do a little bit of scrolling, but yeah,
no
definitely going to be some big names in there.
Let's see. As far as experience and my knowledge of some of these players that are in the top 16 right now, Dallas Leong, Junior Team USA member, Thomas Peters, who I've had the privilege to work with when I was down at McKendree before he left to go to Wichita. Both are very, very good players. If they can continue the road that they're on right now, I'd like to see them at the top. I don't have any doubt that they'll make it through. Wesley Lowe, you can never rule him out. The kid's absolutely amazing. That two-handed lefty style. He's shown to be very very powerful and a force to be reckoned with. Not only, you know, in some PBA events, but junior gold as well. He's a past champion in Detroit.
Yep.
So definitely can't rule him out, especially in the match play format. Let's see here. Mikey Tang, another great player, Team USA, bowled at PABCON, won the Masters event. Had to go through two junior team members to get that Masters title. Had to beat Greg and Cameron to get there, so that's pretty impressive. Cortez Shank, one of the up-and-comers. I believe he's only 16.
I think he just moved up to the under 20 group in the past year or two.
He won the U15 division in Detroit, I believe.
I think that's right.
Yeah, he's a very talented player as well. Who else is up there? Kyle Kroll, a local guy. I'd like to see him do well. And Chad Mee, I've bowled against him, and he actually beat me in the Junior Masters tournament in Ohio. The last year I was able to bowl, he beat me to make it to the finals. So he's another great player as well. So there's got a lot of talent in the top 16 in the number right now. So anything can happen in match play. It's hard for me to say now without seeing what they're going to be bowling on for match play and who all ends up in that top 16. So my favorites right now are probably at the top. You know, I like Wesley, I like Thomas, and definitely can't rule out, you know, Mikey or Dallas, you know, being the leader right now. So there are a lot of interesting things can happen.
Absolutely. All right, game number 5 underway on 15 and 16. We'll get a quick rundown of these folks. Tom Hankey has been near the top of the standings for the under 15 for most of the week out of Great Barrington, Massachusetts. 227 average, high game at 299, high series is 792. His favorite bowler, Mika Koivunemi. Jonathan Cummins getting ready to attempt this washout conversion on 15 from Independence, Kentucky. Average of 210, high game of 300, high series 827. Favorite bowler, Dustin Baker. I've seen a few folks mention this young man stepping up on 16 in the chat room today. Ryan Carlisi, hope I pronounced that correctly, out of Hamilton, New Jersey, 215 average. High game at 299, high series 791. His favorite bowler, E.J. Tackett. George Rodriguez also has been a contender all week and been right around the top of the standings in the under 15 division, coming from Puerto Rico. Has a 214 average, high game at 299, high series 757. His favorite bowler, Chris Barnes. So a spot on the development team up for grabs for these under 15 kids as well. A chance to...
Are they still giving out the automatic spots like they are for the U20?
It's still an automatic spot for after this round, essentially. So, okay. And then I believe another spot for the next highest finisher when it's all said and done for double elimination match play. So,
gotcha.
So it's assuming they're all age eligible, of course, and haven't aged on to the next division for that.
One of my hometown guys, talked to me a little bit. Brandon Biondo, he's only 17 or 18. I believe he's going to Wichita State as well. Very impressive player with a lot of talent. His dad has a little bit of a resume, past Team USA member. Vince is a very good friend of mine. Biondo family is awesome.
Yeah, Vince, past Team USA member, and Brandon's mom as well. Joey was actually the youngest to win team trials back when she won in 1992.
Wow, the year I was born. Oops, I'm sorry, Joey. I didn't mean to age you a little bit.
Wow, you're even making me feel old there. So, but and Joey's had a lot of success in the past few years at the USBC Women's Championships. So Brandon definitely coming from a good background here.
Yes, he is. Talking about how you. I can joke around with them. They know me pretty well, so they're good. They're good people.
So you got the pass. All right. All right. We already talked about Brandon a little bit. He's coming from Carpentersville. There we go. It's been a long day. Not too far away from here. 230 average, high game of 300, high series 8 and 24. Daniel Mangano was on our feature pair earlier today in the earlier advances round out of Highland Lakes, New Jersey. 225 average, high game 300, high series 790. His favorite bowler, Pete Weber. At this juncture of the tournament, we have seen a lot of these kids at least once on the feature pair. So Andrew Letcher is another one out of Canfield, Ohio. 232 average, owner of a 300 game and an 814 series. Jack Stewart getting ready on lane 18 from Park City, Kansas. 230 average, high game of 300, high series 805. His favorite bowler, Chris Barnes.
Ooh, Barney making some favorites around here.
Certainly so. It's hard to argue with his resume over the years. He's
that's for sure.
just been smooth and steady, and
He just joined kind of the Storm family not too long ago. He's now 900 Global's big guy.
him and wife Linda joining the Global 900 family not too long ago. And all right, Nicholas Carana getting ready to step up on 17 from Holbrook, New York. Carries a 236 average, high game of 300, high series 835. His favorite bowler, first time I think we've seen this one, but we talked about him a little bit earlier today, Robert Smith.
Oh, Maximum Bob.
Yeah, he can still get on the ball a little bit.
Oh yeah, he can. Just a tad.
When he was actually bowling the Open Championships in El Paso this year, he made a run at a perfect game and to end his singles event. He had the front nine, and by that 10th frame in that game, he was doing something we've seen him do a few times on TV. He was lofting past the gutter and
Past the arrows?
And past the arrows and beyond, and threw a pretty good shot. I know the carry didn't go his way.
Yeah.
But yeah, he can still toss the rock a little bit.
Yeah. The loft game has become pretty predominant in the last few years, especially in college. By the end of the day, a lot of us are in front of the ball return, if not a little bit further, throwing it to the arrows, if not over the arrows. I know the year that the very first year I bowled sectionals collegiately, at the end of the day, I was throwing the ball all the way to the rangefinders, the dartboards that were down lane, and you learn pretty quickly how to get the ball going up in the air when you bowl college.
All right, Brandon Martin stepping up on 18. He's from Derby, Kansas. That's all we have on Brandon on our files, and we have some strikes over on 15 and 16. Our
leader.
our top two guys pretty much all tournament. Tough break there for Brandon, leaving the 7-10. But Tom Hankey and George Rodriguez putting on a show here, possibly trying to lock down that spot on the development team.
Trying to, he's doing a pretty good job of separating himself at the top. He keeps going on the track he's on. He's throwing it well.
Let's make it 6 for Tom Hankey. All right, Brandon Knowles stepping up on.
Brandon Biondo to the strike. Hometown kid.
We'll have to see where he was at in the standings coming into this round.
I think I just heard from his parents. He's about 30 out right now.
So definitely a big game here to set the pace. Only in game 3 here for the under 20 fellas. Our pair on 15-16. This is it. This is game 5. Brandon Knowles stepping up on 17, coming out of Westminster, Colorado. That's all we have on him as well. So definitely a nice addition to. We've kind of been in the blind some of these years, and this has been a great way to kind of learn a little bit more about each of these kids and at least get a little information out about them.
Washout pickup.
Very nice. Ryan taking care of business. All right, Hankey getting ready to step up on 15. Moving right along here.
Oh, fork pin.
Runs a little bit high there, but great way to kick off the finale here. Ryan Nicholas getting ready to step up on 18 from Portland, Oregon. 227 average, high game of 300, high series of 847. His favorite bowler, Parker Bone. And you can understand why, attacking it from the left side.
Parker was just, he was a finalist for an ESPY, Best Bowler. Belmo won it for the second year in a row. I believe, I think Parker, Belmo, and Fagan were all finalists for that.
Those were the 3, and I know Jason couldn't make it. I believe he's across the lake there.
Yeah.
But the other 2 are in attendance, got to walk the red carpet and get the full experience. So
Yeah, I saw a bunch of pictures on Facebook and Twitter. That was pretty cool.
definitely always cool for bowling. We've had quite a few bowlers from outside the United States make the trip here and making good runs. A handful from Canada. George from Puerto Rico. We saw.
Oh, wow.
We saw another bowler, I believe Raymond Rodriguez, kick off this block from Puerto Rico as well. So definitely a good showing as well. This tournament is growing beyond just the U.S.
I think that started to grow when I was bowling junior gold, because I met a lot of kids from different countries, and it's pretty cool to see how this event brings kids from different countries to come bowl. It really shows the prestige of this event.
Definitely some memorable names at the top of that champions list, including yourself. And you kind of look at the resume of some of our most high-profile players on Team USA: Shannon Pluhowski, Stephanie Johnson, all winning this event multiple times. And it's really been a great stepping stone for folks to continue on. And yeah, most of the names have continued to make an impact in the sport, and much like yourself here with Storm Products and your success early on in your PBA career.
Definitely, thank you. Yeah, junior gold was definitely a huge stepping stone for myself, and I'm sure many other kids that have had success in this event. Because I mean, it really demands good shot making, spares especially, and as you move forward, from junior gold to college and hopefully the PBA, you always revert back to what started it and where you got started, and junior gold for a lot of kids have been that stepping stone, and it really brings the talent out in a lot of these kids moving forward.
All right, the foundation frame on 15 and 16 underway. Let's see, Tom Henke 47-43. Looks like George had actually fallen out of the second spot, so it looks like Tom Henke is going to end up being our high qualifier on the under 15 group. Those scores unofficial, of course. We'll wait for the official call and before it's all said and done, but definitely going to move on to some bonus bowling later tonight. So we see his offering in the ninth.
Late kick on the 10.
Gives it the little point down there saying, nay, nay. All right, Tom can get to 268. George still has 235 out there. So we saw the scoring pace a little bit lower on the 39-foot pattern in the earlier round today, and it seems like at least here for the guys liking the pattern a little bit longer. Definitely play into some of the strengths of these kids who can really get on the ball here.
Yeah, and I think it also helps out with the center as well. This center is a very high friction center, especially in the front to middle part of the lanes. So having the little bit longer oil for the advancers round kind of takes, it's like a little bit of breath of fresh air for the kids, especially bowling on Atlanta for qualifying. Seeing a lot higher scores, a lot more strikes, kind of helping kids kind of make a run towards the top. Definitely.
Definitely provide for some excitement along the way here. So we see the strikes start to pile up just about everywhere. And for some kids, unfortunately, already on this under 15 grouping, half of them are going to end their tournament run here. And it's definitely didn't seem like Ryan was too happy finishing up that frame there, but I think he's doing all right in the standings though. But yeah, for some of these kids, this is going to be it for their run in 2015. But definitely, obviously some probably quick disappointment for not being able to continue the run. But these kids got to be able to kind of look back and appreciate what a great performance it was just to get this far, and just really appreciate that and use that as a stepping stone to move forward.
Definitely. You always try to learn and find everything you can, the positives, and no matter when you bowl. You know, every time I step on the lanes and bowl an event, I always learn something when it's over with. And more times than not, it usually helps you out as you move forward and bowl more events going forward. So for as young as these kids are, you know, the ones that finish up and are done after this set, you know, don't hang your heads. You guys made it this far. Definitely look back to all the positives and use it as fuel for your next tournament, your next junior gold, whatever it may be.
All right, we'll see if Hankey can finish it off there. Comes in a little bit light, leaves the bucket. Still in the 240s with the conversion.
I think it's pretty safe to say he's the #1 seed going into match play.
It is definitely looking like that here. He's put on a fantastic performance overall, has shown his versatility on several different patterns. And despite the open in the 10th, still a nice 236, and as you said, on his way to match play. All right, we'll adjust the camera a little bit to see if we can get that scroller on the going for the under 20 group as well. But before I do that, AJ, since the under 15 is finished up, some of these kids in the next year or two are going to start looking towards college bowling as moving on to the next step. So just kind of curious about your process in ending up at McKendree and just how you kind of ended up over there and how that all worked out for you.
As far as the recruiting process or looking into schools?
A little bit of both, if you will. Kind of, how did McKendree, just, you know, for some of these kids, maybe they're, you know, we've seen a ton of college coaches out here this week, and a lot of folks maybe make their first contact here at Junior Gold, but just kind of curious how it all went for you.
When I was finishing up with high school, I had a couple of the guys that helped work with me make video. We made a DVD, and it was just a few shots from the back, a few shots from the side, and a few from the front. And we sent it out to all the programs of high caliber or bowling programs that were, you know, a force in the college bowling rankings, just to see what kind of acceptance it would get and how much return I would get from it. And actually got a lot of feedback from college coaches and college coaches wanting me to come on visits. I visited McKendree, Saginaw Valley, St. Ambrose, Wichita State, Newman University, Robert Morris. And I think there might have been a couple others, but I couldn't remember. But for me, McKendree just kind of went above and beyond. They kept in contact with me over the long haul. They came up to watch me in a few of my high school tournaments my senior year, and just kind of, in my opinion, kind of went above the quote unquote, you know, typical recruiting process that college coaches would do, and having the schooling and the majors that I was looking into kind of helped with my decision. They had all of the schooling options that I was looking for, and it made that decision a little bit easier. Not to knock any other schools, because there a lot of college programs in the country now are very, very good, and they have the right schooling, and of course, being the most important thing when looking at schools. But they have a really good balance of all of it, and for me, the smaller campus size, the coaching staff at the time that McKendree had just seemed to fit me, and I wanted to make an impact right away as a freshman. So I felt like the decision that I made was going to reflect that. So and the reason why I chose McKendree was because they were going to make me a part of their varsity team right away and let me have a hand in on what they were trying to accomplish. So that was a big thing for me. So as far as the younger kids, definitely make your videos, your DVDs, send it to college coaches, talk to them, create those relationships early so that they know who you are, and you keep your name in the back of their head so that they know who to watch for in the youth tournaments, the bigger youth tournaments, the upcoming junior golds and whatnot, so that you're at the top of the list as far as recruiting is concerned.
All right, some great insight for those bowlers looking down the road into the future. Once again, we're joined by Storm staffer A.J. Johnson, taking some time out to join us here on Bowl TV. Right now in Game 3 of the Under-20 final advance round. The Under-15 already all done. So we'll have to wait and see what the final scores are. See who advances to match play coming up about 45 minutes after the last ball is thrown on this squad.
Brandon Biondo seems to get a little whiff of the cut number and making a little run at it right now.
Yeah,
got the hometown behind him and his family, and he went spare the first couple of frames in the next 4. So he's fighting for it, that's for sure.
Definitely one of those moments that as competitors we all dream of, to have that opportunity to make a run and make the shots down the stretch that you need. And Brandon poised to make that run here. We'll get to see it unfold here in Game 3 live on Bowl TV. Thanks again, everyone, for joining us here at the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. We are in Edison, Illinois, just outside Chicagoland at Stardust Bowl. All right, AJ, we've talked about we've covered a lot of bowling
Yeah,
in the
definitely.
past game or two. Just out of curiosity, how'd you actually get your start in the sport?
I was 4 years old, and my dad and grandfather, and my mom too, they have been bowlers almost their whole life. My parents met in a bowling alley, and I tried to go almost every year I could with my dad to USBC Nationals. So when I was little, my dad had a bowling ball in my hand, amongst other sports, and I always thought it was cool or fascinating that I could throw something down a lane as hard as I wanted to, knock something down, and the ball comes right back, and I get to do it all over again. But I just kind of had a liking for it. I enjoyed bowling. I enjoyed watching my dad and grandfather bowl league and USBCs every year, and I just kind of stuck with it. It was never, but I do gotta say, it was never really the number one for me. Football was my biggest passion as a kid growing up. I played football since I was at the age of 5, all the way through my senior year of high school, and was my high school's first ever 3-sport athlete for all 4 years of high school. So bowling was there, but it was never really the number one for me. I know some of these kids, it's like all they want to do is bowl, but I had a balance of a bunch of other sports that I enjoyed as kind of a balance. But probably from my sophomore, junior year of high school, that's when I really started to do the competitive side of it. I never got a chance to bowl junior gold very, very much because I always had to stay home for 7-on-7 football camps.
Yep.
Being the quarterback, I couldn't exactly miss those. So I got a kind of a late start, I guess, unlike some of these kids in junior gold. But from then on, it just kind of took off and went up from there. I started bowling competitive stuff in high school, and got a few guys behind me that helped me out, show me how to do different things with a bowling ball, just kind of refine my game, and the rest is history from there.
Very cool, and I must say, love to hear about the fact that you would go to the Open Championships with your father when you were younger, and I know you made your debut, I believe, last year in Reno at that event.
Yes.
And you were actually featured on Bowl TV with a very talented group during the doubles and singles, and you guys put on quite a nice show, and I know your teammate Matt O'Grady made a run as well this year.
Matt bowled very, very well this year. That was fun to watch and fun to be a part of. He was as sharp as I've ever seen him this year at the Open, and I think he had a little bit of a sour taste from the previous year. I know his last game didn't go so well. Kind of took him out of a few of the bracket stuff, and I think the 30 clean. He went all the way to the 10th frame of singles, and actually I think it was 60 clean. He went 30 clean in doubles, and then went 29 clean in singles. Whoa, Brandon getting a little excited. I like it.
He is
showing a little AJ Johnson right there.
That's right. Walking that one out to about 11 and 12. He's got the room that way. Might as well use it. Big cheer from the crowd as well. As you mentioned, the hometown crowd not too far away from here in full support. And of course, mom and dad hoping to see their son follow in their footsteps in the Team USA category as well. So
definitely.
So that's got to be something as well for as excited and as pumped up as these kids get. I can only imagine what it's like for bowlers like Vince and Joey to be watching. And
I think I almost put my mom through a heart attack the year I made the run in 2012, because she would sit back with her scorebook, and she'd sit in the bleachers and just rock. And bless her heart, to sit back there and not move around and run around, and I think it was just as nerve-wracking and exciting for her as it was for me. And my dad never liked to be, up front with everything while I was bowling, especially as I progressed. He kind of sat in the background and just watched from afar until it's all said and done. And once it's all said and done, I think he was happier than I was when it was over with. So I can kind of relate to what Brandon's going through and what his parents are going through in my years, because my parents were huge supporters of what I do. They still are huge supporters of what I love to do, and without them, I wouldn't be sitting here. I wouldn't have the success in my youth career as I did, and hopefully the continued success as I progress through the professional rankings. But they were a huge part of all in it, so I understand what's kind of going through with them.
And of course, a big shout out to all the parents and supporters here at Junior Gold. It's we talked about it a little bit earlier today. The fire marshals pretty much have been on the call, making sure everyone can get out safely if need be, and just the support of all these parents, all the miles traveled to get here, the hotel rooms, going back and forth from center to center. It's definitely a commitment, and definitely tough on them as well. They take the open frames just as hard as the competitors do, I'm sure. And
they do.
But can enjoy the successes, much like you just told there. So big shout out to all the great parents here supporting these fantastic athletes.
And for all the kids bowling and the ones that are kind of listening and tuning into this, you know, don't take what your parents do for you for granted. They go through a lot to put you through all this. So make sure you give back to them and show them, you know, your support and your love for them as much as they do for you. So, and I've had my moments with parents, as most kids do, but I've always made sure to thank them and appreciate what they've done for me growing up. So definitely give back to them as they enjoy giving to you.
Fantastic point there, sir. Well said. So we are in the foundation frame here. Game number 3. Great shot there by Brandon Knowles. Two-hander. We've seen quite a few out there this week. Definitely taken off here. Seen them make it late here, making their runs. Jack Stewart sending the messenger in the 9th frame.
Gotta love those.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll get to see Biondo in just a second here. Looking to make it 7 in a row.
Good shot by Brandon.
After we see Brandon Biondo's shot here on 18. Showed a lot of excitement in his last one. We'll see if he can match it here.
Looks good off his hand. Oh!
Give him the fist pump. Had a little Norm Duke in it.
I think he got a little bit fired up than Norm does. Norm keeps it a little even, but he's showing some fire right now, and it's shown in his score. He knows he's close. He can taste it, and I think this is going to set him up there going into the last 2 games. If he can continue this, he's going to make a big run for it.
Definitely looking that way. 7 strikes in a row as we start the 10th frame. Now, AJ, you mentioned you've had a chance to work with a few of these kids just from being back at home and through your collegiate days, and probably a little bit this week as well. But just what's the best part about being able to give back to these kids?
Seeing the success and the enjoyment from the kids in all of it is just is more than enough. I've had a lot of people give to me growing up, so for me to be able to give back in this event and helping kids out make choices for college, getting them to college programs, and just seeing the progression and the success is enough for me. I enjoy it. I enjoy helping anytime that I can. The times that I'm home, when I'm back at my home center in Plainfield, I try to help as much as I can. I have parents and kids come up and they'll say, "Hey, would you mind taking a look at this? Mind watching these next few shots?" I said, "Yeah, no problem." And just seeing that the light bulb click with them and them kind of understanding and getting a grasp for it is enough for me. And it's very, very enjoyable to see kids go from one part of it to the next level and find success in all of it. It's very rewarding.
It's definitely an exciting time too, as most bowlers can relate to, when things do kind of start to click like that, and the process starts to work and it shows results. But yeah, being able to be a part of that, and those small nuances that will raise your game from 160 to 180 to 200 and beyond is it's definitely a big thing. Brandon Martin delivers to kick off the 10th, looking to get to 204. Looks like that might have been that new Storm Skyrocket out there as well. So going to it a little bit later in the block.
He kind of looked back at me. I think in the 6th frame, someone I've kind of watched him. He bowls for Wichita State, so I've seen him in college before and even before college. So he kind of looked back at me and asked, what should he go? Should he go to? And from watching the pairs, the Skyrocket that he has, the way that he has it drilled and how he throws it definitely, matched up a little bit better for him. So things like that, where someone looks back to you and say, hey, well, what do you think? And then they go up there and they throw 3 in a row and move forward, and they kind of look like the weight's just taken off their shoulder, and it definitely makes you feel good.
And make it forward. That'll just about get him to the 200 mark here, so should be adding a few pins to the plus category. Brandon was in tie for 22nd coming into this round, actually, with Brandon Biondo. So they've I think the way it's working, they've actually been following all the folks on the left lane have moved one way.
Yeah.
Right lane has moved the other. So they've been kind of having to keep pace here with one another to hold on to. Or actually, they got to move up. Excuse me. Yeah, they're just outside the mark. Top 16 advancing here. So after 19 games, it looked like 24 bowlers were plus in the under 20 division. So definitely a challenge out there this week.
Wow, that's a lot less than what it has been in the past. That's for sure. I've been watching here, and I made it out to Orland Bowl yesterday, and it is definitely not easy. That is for sure. It's never easy, especially in this event, because this is the big one for all of youth. But this year especially, it's been pretty tough for the kids.
Brandon will make a ball change there in the field, try something different. Still gets a strike, 204. All right, and the Brandon Biondo show starts up here. We'll see Brandon's first shot, and then we got a question in the chat for you, AJ. So Sydney Rose's question, we'll get to you in just a sec.
All right. I have a feeling this is going to be a pretty intense 10th frame. Looked a little quick.
All right, his string of strikes ends at 7, but 258 still out there. Sydney Rose in the chat asks, AJ, do you have any tips on how to raise your average from 180 to 180, 190s into the 200s?
Spares.
Spares? All right.
No, there's a lot of different things you can do. Definitely putting in the time, the hours, and practicing. Having somebody behind you watching you make your physical game as well as your ball motion. That's a huge thing that I've kind of come across from college to now, is having somebody behind you, seeing everything, and seeing the part of the lane that you really can't see helps a lot as far as ball motion is concerned. And then once you have the right ball motion, the pins start to fall a little bit more your way. But raising your average, raising the scores, definitely comes with practice. I can't harp on it enough. The hours and the time, to put in for this sport never ends. It's a continued process. You always want to keep learning. You always want to keep finding that extra little something that just clicks with you, and before you know it, you're at your bowling league and you're shooting 650 to 750 on a continued basis. In my college years, when I've come home to work on things before I've gone back, I would go to the bowling center, help out in the pro shop, do some things, drill some balls, whatever it is, and then I would go practice, and I probably wouldn't come home until my parents were going to work the next morning. I put in a lot of hours, a lot of time, and you see those things kind of change over time. And as you practice and as you work on things, don't be discouraged when something doesn't work out right away. Nothing happens overnight in this sport. If you kind of decline a little bit, you go back and you don't quite see, the things that you are wanting to see, just be patient with it. Over time, they will come to you. They will, they'll start to click, and everything will just kind of take care of itself. My college coach told us a stat for practice and for repetition for you to master something that you're working on. And I believe he said it takes 1,000 shots of the same thing for you to master whatever it is that you're working on, so that it becomes second nature to you. And that's one of the big things we kind of keyed on. It was very eye-opening. 1,000 shots, you're like, wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. And especially for some kids that think, when they go to college and they start right away, and they think they've got all the tools, and they go from averaging 220 to 230 in high school, and then they come to college and they're averaging 190 to 220. They don't quite understand or fully grasp the repetition in practice, and once they kind of start to realize that and it clicks with them, then their averages start to go from 190, 200 to 218, 220 in college when we're bowling on some of the hardest conditions. So definitely the practice and the spare game. Don't let those go away.
There's some great pieces of advice there. AJ Johnson, thank you so much for answering a few questions here in the chat and spend some time with us here on Bowl TV. Game 4 just about underway here. We'll have 5 total games here in this round, so 2 more to go after this before we figure out who advances to match play. Just saw a great 255 from Brandon Biondo to lead the pair in Game 3. All right, game 4 underway here in the under 20 final advancers round. 64 players made it to this round. Only 16 will continue on. So this will be a late run here. Kyle Kroll stepping up on lane 17. You said you've had a chance to work with him a little bit in the past as well.
Yeah, I actually bowled against him in high school. He bowled for St. Andrews, who I believe his senior year they won a high school state title. So yeah, we've got a little bit of history. Bowls for St. Ambrose now, I believe.
Kyle from Tinley Park, Illinois. A 229 average. High game of 300, high series 780. Favorite bowler, Mike Fagan. Brian Halen stepping up on 18. Takes care of the spare. Out of Greenwood, South Carolina, 224 average. High game 289, high series 779. His favorite bowler, no surprise, Jason Belmonte. Chad Mee will be up next on 17 out of Hamburg, New York. High game of 232, or high series, or I'll get this right eventually. High average 232. Owns a 300 game and an 803 series. Ryan Winters stepping up on 18. Livonia, Michigan, 224 average. High game of 300, high series 837. His favorite bowler, Chris Barnes. Rolling right through here. Jacob Kirsten out of Clarkston, Michigan, 219 average, high game 290. High series 770. His favorite bowler, Marshall Kent.
Another Marshall. I think he, I just saw yesterday, he's in San Marino, Italy, bowling one of the European stops.
He's done all right for himself and has gotten to see a lot of the world at it too. So
yeah, that's for sure.
Marshall definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with for a long time on the PBA Tour. Jonathan Taylor stepping up on 18 from Falls of Rough, Kentucky. 220 average, high game 300, high series 765. His favorite bowler, Norm Duke.
Chad and Kyle, I believe, are still in the number, looking to maintain as much as they can so that they stay out of trouble and make it to tomorrow for match play.
Yeah, according to the scroller up there, Dallas Leong still pacing the field. Jacob Klein moving into second. Thomas Peters, he had a 300 game yesterday too.
Wow.
Sitting in third. Wesley Little, past champion. Lefty two-hander in fourth, and Cortez Shank rounding out the top 5.
Cortez making a big move.
See Brandon Martin, who just left our feature pair, sitting at 7th. Kenan McFalls, we had someone in the chat ask if he was going to make it to our feature pair, and here he is from Gastonia, North Carolina. His favorite bowler, Tom Hess.
Tom Hess.
Hess, Masters champion.
Yeah.
Getting the win at the National Bowling Stadium in Reno.
I think he enjoyed the the decision to make the World Series in the National Bowling Stadium. He kind of likes that place.
I think he does. He made a run last year as well. Had a great performance in doubles and singles. I think they ended up in the top 5 in doubles, and was right around the top 10 in all events as well. So yeah, Tom can strike a little bit. Luke Fisher from Altoona, Iowa. 231 average, great shot there as well. 300 is his high game. High series, 823, favorite bowler Norm Duke. I think that covers our feature pair here for their bios. All right, I'm typing AJ into the system here. See if we got a few AJ.
What was that? I'm sorry, I was talking to Mr. Holsenberg.
Oh, not a problem.
Ringleader for the week.
While I have the program open here, I typed AJ in here just to see how many folks had you up there on the list. And Joseph Grondin out of San Pedro, California, big AJ Johnson fan. Violet Kirk also out of Aurora. List you as her
hometown,
as her favorite player. So a few folks.
Awesome. I'm just getting a little bit of love. That's all right. for being the recent rookie to join, I'll take that.
Ariana Garano in the under-12 division, Plainfield, Illinois.
She's actually one of the girls from my home center that I was helping before this event. Great bowler, great family. They've shown a lot of interest and respect for me, and she's been one that's kind of followed everything that I've been doing, and I've kind of taken a little bit to her and helped her game a little bit, helping her with Arsenal, her game coming into this week, and trying to make everything as simple as possible for the hectic week.
Hectic, good.
For Junior Gold.
That is a great word to describe it. So. All right, you're getting the love in Illinois here. Natalie helped me as well out of O'Fallon.
That was O'Fallon is down where I went to school, about 10-15 minutes away from McKendree.
All right, Hayden Bode.
Yeah, he's another one from down near school.
Waterloo, Illinois. All right, so there's a few of the folks.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that. I believe I'm getting the summons to go down to the Storm booth and talk with Randy Peterson a little bit. So I'm going to have to make my way out. But thank you very much for having me here. I appreciate it. I always enjoy being in the booth.
Well, thank you, sir. We got to sit here for a few games, and you shared so much great information with us, and we appreciate it so much. And of course, we wish nothing but the best and continued success in your career and the tournaments coming up. So we'll let you get over to the other booth. And
awesome.
Thank you so much for spending some time with us here.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, once again, AJ Johnson, thank you for spending some time with us here on Bowl TV as we are in game number 4 of the final advancer round for the under-20 boys. The under-15 boys have already finished up. They only had 4 on their pairs since they had a bit smaller field. They cut from 32 to 16. The under-20 boys going from 64 to 16, so they're taking up a few extra taking up a few extra spaces here on the lane. So they're taking a little bit longer, but that's totally understandable. So that's why we're down to the one pair. So the under 15 boys are waiting it out now, waiting to see the final numbers and start preparing for match play. We're expecting the first 2 rounds of match play to start approximately 45 minutes after this squad finishes up. So we'll kind of see how that all works. But a long day here on Bowl TV, a lot of support throughout the day, and we appreciate everyone for sticking around and keeping us some company here. It's been fun. I'm Aaron Smith. Been joined by Lucas Wiseman, AJ Johnson, Chris Schlemmer, Hank Boomershine. We had Chad Murphy on earlier as well, and just like that, another special guest joining us from Storm, Gary Hulsenberg. Welcome, Gary.
Well, hello. How are you?
I am doing great. We got the best seat in the house here watching Bowl TV as these kids make their final run towards match play. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I've spent the last probably 2 hours going up and down the bowling center watching all the action. So it's been nonstop all day. It's fun because all the different age groups and skill levels, they're all awesome, but I love watching the U12 division, and then I was watching the U15 boys kind of wrap up their last few games of qualifying, and now I'm watching these gents go at it for 2 more games with the cut coming up soon, right?
That's right.
2 games left?
2 games left. We'll go from 64 to just 16. So these, the final run, if you will.
I see some familiar names in the top 16 currently, so.
Certainly so. Cameron Doyle working his way into the 16th spot. He started off today in, I want to say about 110th.
Yeah.
Going into that 5-game block earlier this morning and jumped all the way up to 43rd, and he's continuing strong. We saw him shoot 226 in game 2 on our feature pair. Brandon Biondo had a big game here in game 3, shot 250, and he moved 1 pair to the right, and I think he's got the whole state of Illinois behind him cheering.
Yes,
so
it's loud and awesome.
it is. It's, like I said, the atmosphere for folks who have never been here, and we've talked a lot about today with everyone who's been on, just how for the competitors, it's coming out here for the first time. It's a whole new atmosphere. As much as you can prepare and be ready for what's going on the 60 feet out there, all of this going on back here is still could definitely be something different, something new, and but yeah, it's something I wouldn't change for the world. This is one of the coolest events all year we get to cover, and just amazing energy and atmosphere, and something that's just great for the sport.
I get to go to a lot of events with Storm, and from the pro level and then the amateur level, like the true amateur tournaments. We just were there in Las Vegas for that. There's something about this event. This is the 4th time I've been to a junior gold, and it gets me re-energized just about every aspect of bowling. The kids, of course, the competitors, the athletes are very challenged at this event with the lane conditions and the amount of time and driving from one building to another, bowling center. And I look at the families supporting them, and I think it's a long week, and it's awesome. That's the only word I can come up with. I love seeing the families together and the athletes competing on a very challenging condition at this high level.
So you're saying we're going to see Barrett out here in a few years, right?
Yeah, actually, Parker's wife, Leslie, signed Barrett up for next year's youth championships for the 2 days before junior gold starts. Barrett's only 6, so when I get home, we've already got a team for him for next year.
Perfect.
And we're all excited about that. And Tennille Milligan, she's got little Abby.
Abby,
and,
yep.
So we were just 5 minutes before I came over, we were talking on the concourse about how in a few short years, Barrett and Abby will be bowling this
Perfect.
tournament.
That's what we love. Of course, Neil Milligan, a past Queens champion, and your wife Leanne, she's been pretty good.
Yeah,
Hey.
she's had a good career, and Barrett loves bowling. He loves a lot of sports, football and baseball, but bowling, he has been on his bowling kick lately at home, and he's going to practice with Mom when she can get out to do some practicing. So, and he's a two-hander. He does use his thumb sometimes, but other times he just does the two-handed method. So,
Of course, Barrett made his debut to the world on that U.S. Open show, or U.S. Women's Open show a few years back at Cowboy Stadium in Arlington, and
yeah, that was a fun day.
I would say so.
And Barrett has all the girls, from the tour, and he's meeting them in the college ranks and then the youth ranks, and he's always got a new girlfriend every tournament.
Perfect.
But he never forgets his old girlfriend. So like his first girlfriend, Mariana, is still kind of his favorite.
That is awesome.
He's a big Shannon O'Keefe fan. She's here watching too, and I just told her, I said, I predict that she's going to win the Wichita tournament, the PWBA tournament that's coming up in Wichita. And she says, why do I think that? I said, I don't know. I just have this feeling.
All right, you heard it here first on Bowl TV.
Yep.
Gary Holsenberg making the prediction.
Yeah. I don't know if my wife will be overly happy that I didn't pick her, because she is bowling that tournament as well. But Shannon's awfully good to us and kind to our family, and I know she's working hard, and I just have this feeling that she's going to rack up a W.
And that would be a well-deserved win, a long time coming, if you will, with the PWBA just coming back this year, starting with the Masters back in April or May. All the days run together at this point.
Right.
But then the stop in Sacramento, and of course the stop in Lubbock starting tomorrow. Matt Cannizzaro already down there. He's going to be handling the live streaming duties and covering that event. So
awesome.
Looking forward to competing with him with the Junior Gold as well going on at the same time. So Matt got to Lubbock a little bit earlier today, tested out all the stuff. So it sounds like he's all set to go out there.
And everything's working accordingly.
Well, with Matt, you never know.
Yeah.
But we haven't got the panic call yet, so
yeah.
So that means it's all good. So
Matt's one of our favorite people in the sport of bowling, and especially Leanne has known Matt a long time, and Matt has always been so kind to our family and to Leanne. So we're kind of big Matt fans. So.
And well deserved. My partner in crime here on Bowl TV very often at the Open Championships, and yeah, we're getting to branch out a little bit, go separate ways here with the live stream gear a little bit, but
just so much bowling action going on in our country right now, huh?
It's a good problem to
awesome.
have.
Yeah, we were talking earlier. We did that storm day in the park on Sunday, and we had all these families come out to the park and just hang out. They were playing wiffle ball with Pete Weber and Norm Duke and our company representatives. So it was just a really fun day, and I was looking at all the smiles on everyone's face, and it was kind of hot, and it was a little bit humid, but it was just a great day. And it's the whole family aspect of what you guys at the United States Bowling Congress do for the sport with this youth championships is what brings a smile to my face. And sometimes I hear people say, bowling's not what it used to be. And I think, boy, if they ever came out to this event, they would have a totally different tune. The PWBA selling out in Sacramento was another measure of me. I just look at it and go, I think our sport's fine. I think we're on the uptick. So
I couldn't agree more, and thank you for the kind words about this USBC event. Of course, it couldn't have been done without the help from your company, the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Rotocrip, and Master here at Stardust Bowl in Addison, Illinois. Now, Gary, for the folks at home, why don't you tell us a little bit about your role with Storm Products?
Well, I'm the director of marketing, so I don't know exactly what that entails or what that means. I get to do a lot of fun stuff with a really great team. It's funny, when I was looking at the park and we were at the matchmaker event on Friday night, and then I looked around the bowling center today, and Bill and Barb, our owners, they flew in and they went straight from the airport to here, and it was in that rush hour time frame. So you know how that is in Chicago.
I do very well, yes.
And I thought about how I get a little impressed with our folks at Storm, and I'm not bragging. It's just we all love bowling so much and we all bowl. Like Chris Schlemmer just came and sat next to us here, and Chris and I, we bowl together on the same team in a league back home in Utah when we're both in town. But you know, if someone's traveling, then we jump back out, and we need a bigger roster than a standard 4-person team because of our travel schedules. But my point is, we all bowl. We get it. We appreciate what the athletes go through in a week like this, and what it took for them to qualify to even get here. So our interactions with a lot of kids that maybe were disappointed with how they played this week, I mean, we've been telling them, you had to qualify to get here. You've already achieved something. You're at the national event here for the youth, and that's an accomplishment in and of itself. And so,
Absolutely, and like we've had the opportunity to talk about a lot with today, unfortunately for a lot of the bowlers, this is the conclusion of their 2015 event, just as the field continues to get cut, and we are on going to 16 in the next round. But yeah, just to make that first cut is just such a huge accomplishment.
Yep.
And for the kids who, even in this round, who may fall a little bit short of their goal of match play, just talk about an awesome week of competition bowling in several different houses, several different tough sport patterns, and just being able to weather that storm, and of course the storm going on behind us as well with the atmosphere here and everything. And it's just so cool and such a great accomplishment that, you know, there's always a little bit of probably a little bit of a disappointment right at the very, you know, as it ends. And
sure.
But you know, the fact if you know, you can take a second afterwards and just kind of put the whole week in perspective and just see the whole experience laid out, that's there's so much to be learned and gained from that, and to be taken to the next tournament, and even starting preparation for Junior Gold next year in Indianapolis.
Yeah, we've actually kind of started having those conversations about next year in Junior Gold in Indy. We're kind of figuring out what we could do better or more efficiently and make it a better experience, because that's what, you know, you guys at the USBC are running the event, and Storm as a sponsor, we're trying to add to the experience, and anything that we can do by having our great Hall of Fame players here, and interacting, not just being here, but I mean truly interacting with the families, is what our goal was this week. And I'm happy to say I think we accomplished that. I think our players were awesome with all the kids and the parents' bowls, so that's fun. We want to do more of that next year to make for sure. It's been a great week.
It certainly has, and I like kind of all the guys from Storm we've had in the booth today with AJ, Hank, and Chris.
Yeah.
And just I'm excited to even hear about, and I didn't get here until get into town until yesterday, but just hearing about this matchmaker event, hearing about the day in the park, just sounds so cool. Getting Pete Weber, Randy Peterson, guys of that caliber out here.
Yeah.
And we have Randy still on the other feed right now with the under 20 girls participating. So it's just an awesome opportunity for these kids to not only get to just see their bowlers that they look up to in person, but to get to interact with them and even have a little fun in outside the bowling alley, it's just so cool.
Yeah, and that's just, we wanted to bring that aspect to it and let the kids kind of not be in the normal environment when they're in this really intense competition. So we said, hey, what's better than, let's go to a park and let's have some fun. And Pete Weber pitched wiffle balls, and kids stood in line to hit them for like an hour. It was awesome. In fact, we even played a little game. If they hit a line drive into one of our players, they would win a free prize. That was
nice.
If you can line drive the ball into someone, you get a prize. But we had no injuries on the day.
No injuries. All right, that's good. Very important. Hank said Pete's arm still looked pretty good. He could still toss it out there.
Yeah, he is doing great.
All right, we are moving right along here in game number 4.
We've got a couple little strings here right in front of us.
That's true. Got some players. We missed the introductions, but we'll have game 5 up in that. So that's been a fun thing we've been doing with our guests so far today, is just going through the lineup. We had something different this year. Gary Brown and the team had the players fill out just little bio sheets, just some basic information, so we can at least tell the folks at home a little bit about these great athletes and let them know about some of their accomplishments along the way. Chad Mee was working on 4 in a row, comes in a little bit light.
And that's going to be a good 9 spare for Chad. Even though we've seen some scores develop as this round has kind of gone on, there's been some people that have been able to put some strings together. The pattern is still a very challenging one, and being that there's 8 on a pair, that whole rhythm and tempo, I think everyone at home that bowls in like those 5-man team kind of environments, that there's some time that goes between shots, and it's hard to stay loose in the moment when you've got some time elapsed.
That's true. I can certainly attest to that.
I feel that every year at Nationals when we bowl the Open Championships, and I'm not used to bowling in that 5-man team pace. It feels like quite a time between shots. It just makes it hard for me to get loose. Of course, I'm not in the U20 division.
Right, Gary Holsenberg joining us here live on Bowl TV as we're in game number 4 of the under 20 boys advancer or final advancer round. Now, Gary, you mentioned, and another cool thing I've noticed with everyone that I've talked to today is they always remember exactly when their first time at Junior Bowl was. It's just such a, whether competing or just as a spectator or working the event.
Yep.
And my first event was in 2009 in Indianapolis, and I was baffled by it. I knew the numbers, but just seeing it all kind of come together in such a big center, like I believe it was Western Bowl, that held the finals, and it was just crazy to see that for the first time. And obviously, it's grown quite a bit from there. But just from your first experience a few years back, just what did you take in about that first event?
Yeah, the first one that I saw was in St. Louis, and I don't know the year because it was probably a few years back. And I was so impressed again. I just loved the whole atmosphere. It was amazing. And then Leanne and I coached a group of kids from California, and a few of them made it out to earn their spots at Junior Gold and Indy. So we went on a trip, and I actually just coached that year a bunch of our kids, and we had one girl finish 5th, and the whole week was fun. And Indy was, you could see that from that time in St. Louis to Indy, how much more just sheer numbers of players and athletes. So it was like, and now this week, I think you guys set records again for entries.
We did, yep.
And it's cute watching the U12s, and when I say cute, it's not like you know, not that they're not athletes in bowling, they are. And we saw one little boy win his match and he was just crazy excited when he had to get a spare, and he struck the first ball in the 10th, and he was super excited. It was Cameron, little Cameron. It's just fun. I don't know how else to say it. I can't stop smiling. Someone asked me earlier, "Are you tired yet of being in bowling centers all week?" And I'm like, "No. This is what we do. We love this, and just hanging out, having fun, watching really talented youth bowlers play."
We are. Ryan Winters made a run at the 4-6-7 there. Nearly kicked one of the pins back out to get the 6.
He throws it pretty firm. I've been watching him a little bit. He got some ball speed.
Definitely noticed a lot of taller players this week on the boys' side, generating just a lot of speed, a lot of revs, and obviously we mentioned Cameron Doyle a few times, and
yeah.
Cameron just continues to grow and grow and grow. But
I told Leanne I didn't even recognize him actually when we walked by him. He's one of those kids that use our product, and I hadn't seen him in a little while in person. So the first time I saw him, I had to take a double take at the name on the back of his shirt, because he's like a man now, right? He's gone from what I remember, a little kind of kid, to now he's this super tall man. He's having a good run today.
Fantastic run to, like I said, I believe, I'm not sure what game the scroller at the bottom is showing us through. But yeah, for him, I know he made it to the 16th spot at least.
Yeah. And Wesley, who's on the pair to the right, he's going to be coming up in a couple bowlers. He is lost on this pair. 8, 8, 7, 8, 8, or 7 split. And he's kind of confused. I think I look for him to make a ball change. He's not enjoying that pair.
That's, yeah, a little bit of rough start. Wesley still looking for his first strike. Also on that pair, Dallas Leong, who's kind of been leading all along here out of Las Vegas, a junior Team USA member. And Andrew Letcher, I believe that's how you pronounce it, who was just on our feature pair, starting off with the front 5.
Front
so,
5 this
yep.
game.
These kids can definitely bowl. This is, for these under 20 kids, they finished up late last night. Didn't get a pretty quick turnaround to bowl this morning at 7:30, and here they are again. Exhausted just thinking about that.
It's good to be young. Tell me what's your favorite part about Junior Gold.
My favorite part about Junior Gold, it's besides being able to have the awesome access to go wherever I want and actually be able to watch the bowling up close with my Bowl TV pass here.
Yeah.
But it's just seeing the sport down the line and what it's capable of becoming. That's the most exciting part for me, for sure, every year. And you know, just the fact that not only physically are the kids throwing the ball better, they're understanding the game so much more. They like to compete on these tough patterns, and they don't shy away from it. And it's just, the sky's the limit from where this could take the sport. And obviously, we see it growing on the upcoming levels, the college level continuing to grow. The PWBA coming back this year with a 3-year commitment from USBC and BPAA, and that and the response we've seen from that with tournaments selling out, and we're having to expand fields already. And it's just and it all starts right here. This is what gets the wheels going for those things getting bigger continually down the road. And it's just as you said too, it's just fun to watch. And especially, I think one of my favorite storylines so far from what I've seen is both of our champions in the under 12 division last year aged up into the under 15, and both have kept advancing. So
That's fantastic.
So that's just so cool that at that young age, so much skill, and even some of the kids in the under 12 division. I believe Spencer Robarge is a name that
Yep.
keeps popping up, and keeps seeing his name in standings sheets all over, and he's yeah.
He's getting it
He was
done.
born in the 2000s.
And he's fun to watch. He's a two-handed lefty. Chris Schleber pointed out to me, he goes, "Hey, have you seen Spencer bowl yet?" And I go, "I haven't seen him bowl." So we went down and we watched. And he starts his approach from off the approach. He's like in the settee area when he starts going. And it's something
Generating speed that way.
something pretty awesome.
But yeah, I got to see on the Michigan Bowler feed that we had going on with Craig Elliott on the under 12 division. We got to see Spencer bowl a little bit, and it was quite a get up too.
Yep.
Already.
His checkerboards or his outfit, you mean?
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think he's an introvert. That's what I think he's got some personality to him.
Certainly exciting, and I'm sure that's a name that we'll be hearing for a long, long time. And it's like, we've been talking about Cameron Doyle a little bit. Hard to think he's 16, 17. It feels like that name's been
Around for so long.
around for 10 years already.
Yeah. So Wesley, I think he made the ball change over there on 19 and 20, but it did not get off his hand clean, and he crossed over and got a strike. So he got a little bit of a break. Let's see if that loosens him up a little. Ryan threw it good right there, huh?
That he did. Can still get to 202 this game.
Which again, a score starting with a 2 is awfully good.
Yeah, we were when AJ was in here in the booth, just coming into this final advances round. Only 24 of the under 20 boys were plus so far through the tournament. So, and AJ, having made his way through this event as a past champion here in Junior Gold, looking back to his previous experiences and just scores in general, that he felt that was a very low number for the amount of talented players in the field. So definitely earning it to get to this level, and the patterns have played tough, and the houses have all had their own little tricks and things that make them what they are, and it's definitely been a puzzle to figure out along the way.
How do you like watching all the two-handed styles?
It's definitely interesting. There are some guys who make it look so effortlessly. Some guys a little more herky-jerky, but it's all about how you get to the line and if you can repeat it. There was another guy who was bowling yesterday when I got here for the first time, just kind of walking around. And I had never seen a two-hander kind of get the ball in the position at the bottom of the swing as he was going in his getting into his backswing. It almost looked like he kind of got around the side of the ball, and it was just like a flat wrist, and it was something different, something I had never seen before. But it's definitely all about what you can repeat. And
Andrew just punished the pocket for a 7-bagger, the front 7.
so he's moving along nicely. We have a question about Brandon Biondo, and the score listed in the chat is correct. Just finished 7th frame, working on the 8th. We're in the 10th frame on our feature pair.
Brandon's got a strike up. He's got 124 in the 6th with a strike in the 7th, so he's got a good game going. He can finish strong.
Yep, still has 240s
He's got
out
room
there.
for 240, yep.
And we just saw Brandon put up a nice 255 game Brandon having that great bowling background in his family. His father Vince, Team USA member, mother Joey, also on Team USA, and has had a ton of success at the USBC Women's Championships in the past few years.
Yeah.
I've written a lot of stories about her over at that event. So bowling definitely in the blood for Brandon. Speaking of two-handers, Brian Halen, first shot of the 10th. Ends up going through the nose, leaves the 6-10. Well, Gary, I think we're actually finishing, or at least coming to this pair for Game 5 are going to be our top 4 bowlers from or entering this round. So that's
that'll be fun to watch. Huh?
So that's how it kind of worked, and then yeah, the 1, 2, 3, 4 will be coming here. Dallas Leong, Thomas Peters, Wesley Lowe, and Jacob Klein.
It's gonna be fun to call that action there, huh?
Absolutely.
There's a lot online. I think it's after this next game, the 5th game, the top 4 are earning Team USA bursts, right? If
that is correct.
Qualified by age, if I understand it. And Dallas Leong is aged out, as I understand correctly, which means that the top, what it would be, 2nd through 5 would earn those Team USA.
That is absolutely 100% correct. We're going to have 6 new members of Junior Team USA after it's all said and done here at Junior Gold. The as you mentioned, after we finish this final round of qualifying, the top 4 age-eligible players for both the boys and the girls will earn a spot on Junior Team USA, and then the top 2 finishers from the double elimination match play bracket who haven't already earned a spot and are age eligible. So we'll have 6 new members of Junior Team USA. So definitely exciting. We've already finished up with the under 15 group. They're going to have add 2 members to the development team as well this week.
Oh.
So building the next generation as well. Luke Fisher finishes. There we go. It's a tongue twister. Finishes up with the last 4.
238.
238. Big game here down the stretch.
Ryan had a pretty good shot. He got a little left off his hand and kind of paid the price with a 4-9 in the 10th. It's a little bit of a tough break. Probably a little disappointed with that result. But his pants are not saying that.
Definitely
they're fuchsia, I think. Or what color do you think that is? Slim, what do you think that is? I mean, pink would be the obvious call, but it's different than pink. Fuchsia. We're going fuchsia.
All right, fuchsia in the booth. Definitely seen some very cool clothing arrangements, we'll call it that, this week. And
very stylish bowlers.
Very stylish, and it's definitely a good time to be in the jersey business as well. A lot of kids have the custom jerseys. A lot of them from here at Junior Gold in Chicago. It has the city silhouette.
Yeah, they're nice looking, huh?
But yeah, the kids definitely showing some pride in their appearance here. Looking good. A lot of name shirts. A lot of custom jerseys from all the companies offering those. So definitely cool.
See if Jonathan can get the second hand. Look at that. He's in the 220s now. Jonathan Taylor, another two-hander that's just shredded the rack. There's Brandon Biondo with a double, and the crowd goes wild. He is fired up right now.
He is. He actually ran 7 in a row after starting with 2 spares. Our last game here on the feature pair, and yeah, was not shy about showing it. He's
fired up.
He actually made a move last time we had the scrollers up. He had moved into inside the top 16 numbers. So looking to hold on to that. Andrew Letcher getting ready to step up on lane 20. You'll see him near the screen in a second. Just looking to make it 8 in a row. just entering your screen. Here's the shot.
Oh,
Trips the 410. You gotta catch a hit here or two along the way.
Yeah. That's the first one that I've watched this game where he got away with some. The others have all been pretty solid.
If he gets to the 10th frame here, I might have to hijack your seat and adjust the camera for a few shots.
Sure.
But we'll take a gander here just a second as our feature pair is finishing up.
Chad he made a really good shot in the first ball in the 10th. Couldn't get the 10 out of the rack and covered it up. He's got a clean game, which they always say make your spares, but that's an impressive 220 he's posted this game.
We've had the opportunity to have a lot of people stop by the Bowl TV booth this week, and yesterday Del Warren from Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider here at Junior Gold, stopped in for a little bit, and we were kind of talking about how the game has changed over the years, and one of the things that kind of really stuck with me so far out of everything I've heard this week, as Chad finishes up with 227, great game, is and one of the things he preaches to his players who come through the Kegel Training Center or at Weber is that you don't necessarily see people today striving to be great spare shooters and put in the time and the practice that they do to get lined up, and that's something even in my own game when I've gone through practice, it's if I leave a spare I'll shoot at. It's not necessarily always been the priority, and to think about how many pins I've given away over the course of my career just off of that, it's definitely a very admirable trait to have in the bag. And
yeah, Leanne's funny. She's been doing the same practice routine for a long time. So she always starts by shooting 10 pins and 7 pins and 10 pins before she ever starts to actually play the lane or figure the lane out. And I think that's a good, it gets her warmed up and it gets kind of a feel going. And we got Brandon entering the screen on your right on lane 19.
Might see
it's a big shot for him.
He said, Bowl TV, you're not ready for that yet. So he's going to pull back, make sure everything's all right.
He's going to use his 30-second timeout right now. Wesley Lowe is still struggling over. He is completely confused, cannot wait to get off that pair and get over to 17 and 18.
Very true. Wesley can cover the spare, still get to 178. But here's Brandon in the 9th.
There's Brandon.
There it is. Showing the fire. Those were some violent high fives as well. That hurt my hand.
That's an impressive little shot right there.
Brandon Biondo stepping up to the moment, but Andrew Letcher's going to steal the stage quickly here. Working on 8 in a row. Can he make it 9?
Come on, Andrew.
Here's a shot. Oh. Great run. A little frustration there, as to be expected, but 8 in a row to kick off at game number 4.
I'll take it.
Absolutely. Game 9 of the day so far.
Schlemmer is laughing at me right now as he sits next to me because he's never seen me throw an 8-bagger. So he's like, no kidding, you'll take it.
He gives away a few pins to count there, but still can get to 258 with 3 more in the 10th. Dallas Leong is going to be stepping up on lane 19, our tournament leader, working on a 5-bagger. can still get to 246. As you said, Dallas, current member of Junior Team USA, is going to age out of the junior team, so he will hand his spot off, assuming he stays in the top 4. It's looking pretty safe right now.
He crossed over on 19 in the 8th frame and did it again in the 10th. I don't know if that's a mechanical issue or the lane is just changed drastically.
It certainly has. This 44-foot London pattern probably forcing a lot of the guys to migrate in early to attack this pattern, trying to not lose the pockets. So, and definitely one of the challenges as they move from pair to pair each game. Never know ahead of you until you get that first shot. If you're lucky enough to finish ahead of the pace, you might be able to get to see a frame or two. But I'm sure Dallas is going to be pretty happy here with 225, or can get to 225, I should say.
So tomorrow wraps up our tournament this week, right?
That is correct.
And that means on Saturday, do you fly home on Saturday?
I'm actually going to, I'm originally from Northwest Indiana, so I'm about a 40-minute drive from here.
From home?
From home, so I'm going to take that opportunity to hang out an extra day before
heading back.
Before heading back, and get to see some family and friends. So
that'll be fun.
It should be all right. I'm looking forward to it, and it'll be nice. Obviously, we just finished up with the Open Championships in El Paso. I actually just drove from El Paso to Fort Worth. I'm not sure what day it is anymore, but about 2 days ago, drove there and then flew out to Chicagoland here for Junior Gold. So definitely been a busy and hectic few weeks, but wouldn't have it any other way.
And so that means on Monday you'll start planning for Indianapolis, right? Or is that already done? Is Indy already planned out?
I'm hoping it is.
Do you know the dates of the Indianapolis tournament? Someone asked me that
I'm not
earlier
sure.
today.
I'm not sure if we have actually published that information yet. We'll see if there's anything on bowl.com just yet. But I'm going to guess it's going to be right around the same time frame next year, right here in July. Just a matter of the actual specifics.
Dallas Leong ended up with a 224, so I imagine that's going to keep him out in front. Leslie Lowe's got a Big Ten frame to catch a double and hopefully get into the 170s here, not lose too many sticks.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the dates have been released yet for Junior Gold for the upcoming years, but definitely heading back to Indianapolis.
Brandon Martin is going to be coming into the screen. He's got the first hit in the 10th, trying to get in the 2 teens. He's pulled a nice game. More of a classic stylist, plenty of power, gets the double.
Brandon was inside the number as well last time we had the scroller up. So A.J. Johnson let us know that Brandon is actually at Wichita State now, so he's had the opportunity to compete against him at a few collegiate events.
He probably practices once in a while, being at Wichita.
I heard they do that there.
Yeah, they're pretty sharp.
I would say the reigning ex-bowling intercollegiate team championships winner. Just back in April in Wichita, had the hometown crowd cheering him on.
our good friend and technical director at Storm, Steve Klemkin, from which
Was a part of that first group who won 3 titles in a row. So Wesley,
Steve wins a lot.
he does do that. He's pretty good.
He tends to do that, yeah.
But in keeping up with the giving theme, though, that the folks at Storm are so good at, I know Steve has a Coach K scholarship
Coach
as well.
K. Yeah, go look up Coach K, and that money that he raises through different avenues goes back to a scholarship fund, and he's proud. He's got a big check on his in his office. Biondo just got that first hit in the 10th. Threw pins just everywhere.
He's been doing that a lot the past 2 games.
He's kind of excited right now.
He is. It is crunch time here. The final advancers round.
Wesley is baffled. He is just baffled.
Yeah, definitely excited to get off of 19 and 20. Here's Biondo.
Didn't get the 7 out.
He's still going to be in the 230s though, so
Fantastic game.
he's gone plus 80 his last 2. Definitely a big finish here for Brandon.
So to finish up about Steve and that whole Coach K and Peak Bowling, I think that's who runs that through, the Peak Bowling website. People can go on, and if they make a donation, he sends them cool little gifts. Yeah, like backpacks and little accessory bags, all kinds of fun little stuff. So
That's awesome.
So check it out if you love bowling as much as we love bowling, and Steve's doing a good thing and giving back to the sport. So.
All right, Biondo finishes up 233, 168 for Wesley Lowe.
Yeah.
Here's Jacob Klein in the blue shirt. Get to 224. Oh, trips the 2. I think he liked that
Wow.
one.
I think he liked getting away with that. Yep.
Andrew Letcher, who had the front 8 for a big 4 in the 9th frame, stepping up here. And he will hop it to your screen in just a second. Still getting to the 240s with the conversion there.
Jacob going through a little pregame warm-up over there. He wants to feel what he's trying to get in that right frame of mind.
Well, I think he's one of them right there for the automatic bid to Junior Team USA. Let's see. Let me double check to see if he is one of them who is eligible. And he is. So this is every pin counts for sure.
That would explain why he was so excited on that previous shot to roll the 2. Looks to me like he's throwing a high road. That was pretty good.
That was all right.
Del Ballard says it always comes back to the high road.
It kind of does.
Point, at some point in a tournament, the high road usually looks pretty good.
Well, that
That must be game 4 tonight. That's what I'm thinking.
yeah, the high road. That's had a shelf life beyond most.
Yeah. It's not going anywhere soon. People still support that product. It's one of those balls that we have that people just, if you're a tournament player, you just have it in your bag. So we're fortunate to have our friend the High Road hang out with us for so long.
Absolutely. I think the IQ Tour and most of that line not
Yep.
too far behind as well.
Yeah.
AJ was raving about that line earlier. It's Jacob Klein looking to get to 224.
Oh, he left the 2 that time. That's a good spot. I'll take
Absolutely.
that. Carry it when you need it and get 9 on the. That's a good deal.
All right, looks like
220 is good score, huh?
absolutely. looks like we'll have a pretty quick turnaround. Most of the bowlers already here for Game 5, so we'll let them get set up and get the scoreboards up. You are watching the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Rotogrip, and Master, joined by Gary Hulsenberg, Director of Marketing with Storm.
Do we have anyone in our chat or anything?
We have
Any questions out there?
Brian Bliss wants to give a shout out to
Fire away, and I'll ask Schlemmer. Schlemmer will answer.
to Kyle Cook, who says he's killing this set. One more big game out of him he's hoping for. Yeah, if any questions in the chat for Gary, we got Schlem not too far away too. I already tried to ask Schlem about all the new cool stuff coming out, and I thought I had him, and then
he didn't talk about it?
And then all of a sudden Hank showed up like right when I asked, so it was.
Oh, Hank has a lot of love. Hank and Schlem work closely together with Steve and Victor and everyone to help bring the Rotogrip products to market. They work as a team very cohesively to bring, what Schlem would feel is the best launch possible. And judging from what our pro staff is saying, August 11th might be a pretty nice day for the Rotogrip brand.
That's definitely what he made sound earlier. It was very a lot of good stuff on the horizon, and I know a few of your players already have that stuff in their hands, and the results have followed.
Yep, it's good looking too. It looks sharp, those new balls.
All right, question in the chat, more of just a general tournament question. How many bowlers will advance to Junior Team USA from the under 15 boys division? We'll actually have 2 make it to the development team, the high qualifier through the 24 games, and then the highest finisher in the match play portion, both who must be age eligible. So we'll know the qualifier shortly here, and then we'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out about match play who will earn that spot. But the selection process, I believe, is a part of the Team USA trials still. We don't have that this year at Junior Gold, just awarding out 6 spots. We're going to have 12 total for boys and girls on Junior Team USA in 2016. All right, Gary, we're underway here.
Dallas just made the tricky bucket to start this game.
That's why he's on top of the standings, sir. But we'll get our player bios here.
He made it easy, too. All right, Thomas Peters getting up on the left lane. And Mr. Michael Tang. Hello, Mr. Tang.
He's not too shabby.
Nope. Looks like he's rolling the Optimus Solid, the new ball that was released shortly a couple weeks ago. It seems like when I was in Las Vegas for the last month before coming here. All the days kind of run together.
Great shot there by Thomas Peters to kick it off. Peters out of Belleville, Illinois, carries a 232 average, a high game of 300. His high series is 782. His favorite bowler, Jason Belmonte.
Nice.
Peters had a 300 yesterday in the final round of qualifying at one of the other centers. We have that video up on our Facebook page, The Sport of Bowling, at facebook.com/USBC. Here's Wesley.
Boy. He liked that shot too. Just labored. Cortez Schenk on the right lane, great bowler. Phoenix area, I believe.
That is where Cortez is from, yep.
I think he's having a great tournament. He's up near the top.
He is, yep.
5th or 6th or somewhere in there, right? 4,
Yep.
5, 6.
We actually got the scroller back up, so we'll get a chance to see that. Once again, not sure what game that's through, but Cortez out of Phoenix Carries an average of 239, high game of 300, high series 858. His favorite bowler, Michael Fagan. So it looks like Dallas has a pretty sizable lead over the field. Michael Tang has moved into third on our feature pair. Cortez in fifth. We have all these guys right here.
Kyle Cook, someone was asked about him. He's in seventh now.
That's true. Brandon Martin, who we just saw for the last two games, in eighth. Luke Fisher had a nice game here as well, sitting in ninth. Brandon Biondo, Mr. Energy himself, in 11th place. Chad Mee, we just saw sitting in 12th. Cameron just hanging around doing his thing, sitting in 13th. Corbin Sadowski, 14th. Zach Carr, 15th, and 16th spot currently going to Rick McCormick. We saw him earlier today.
Yeah, he's been bowling good this round. Nice solid round for him.
So we got, I believe we got the top 5 overall scores so far. Dallas Young leading the way, 49-15. Jacob Klein, he's stepping up right now. Looking to convert the washout.
Oh, that's great.
No
spare.
problem.
Didn't lose any count there. That's the way to do it.
That's true. Good place for, I don't know if there's ever a good time for a 5 count, but yeah, the first frame. Spares a piece of cake. Get a look at Matthew Cherney here, stepping up on 17. Matthew's out of Appleton, Wisconsin. Carries a 232 average. Has a high game of 300. High series is 799. 1 pin away.
1 pin away.
And his favorite bowler, Norm Duke.
The great Norm Duke. He was hanging out with us for the last 3 or 4 days. Flew home.
Can you get away with calling him Norman?
I see Norm Duke he's when I watch him interact with people, it is amazing. He looks everyone in the eye, shakes their hand, smiles. When we had registration day on Saturday, we had our pro staff in our storm booth so that all the kids, after they went through the registration process with the USBC, they could walk straight into this other room that was kind of for exhibitors and Storm. We had a nice big booth and we had all of our players there. Well, our players, from the time that opened, which was 11 until 5 p.m. that evening, they signed autographs, took pictures for those 6 hours without anything, food. We kept going to get them waters or things like that to try to to take care of them, but they wouldn't leave because the kids were waiting in line just to interact with them, and I was really impressed. And that goes back to Norm and all of our guys. I thought did a great job, and it's because they genuinely care and they love being there, and they know that this tournament is a lot about the future of our sport. And so you would think, oh, that's no big deal, 6 hours of taking pictures and signing autographs or whatever, but it was thousands of people. So it was impressive to me anyway. And I got to the hotel room that night and I wrote a letter to our owners, email to Barb and Bill, and I said, the team you guys have assembled at Storm is amazing. You would have been so proud of the staff, players, and how they interacted with people. It just kind of bring a smile to your face. And Barb, that's how she replied to my email. She just said she was getting a tear in her eye, and she replied with a little smiley face.
Quick question in the chat, wondering when match play is scheduled to start. We're hoping it'll be 45 minutes after this squad finishes up. We'll have matches, or match play round 1 and 2. But getting back to Norm, we had the treat in El Paso this year of getting to get to see Norm at the Open Championships for the first time since I believe 1982 or 1983.
Oh, yeah, right.
Because he, due to his status on the PBA Tour, and unfortunately, I guess not unfortunately, but Norm won with Wes in the doubles tournament this year, so he's going to be back on the ineligible list for the Open Championships. But
Yeah.
getting to see Norm, and we had him on our live stream, and
He bowled good, huh?
He bowled all right, not too shabby. I believe he was either in the top 10 or just outside of it in all events and made a run in singles. But just getting to see Norm be Norm out on the lanes.
Yeah.
You know, we're used to seeing it on TV with when he shows emotion, the little runouts, the little fist pumps.
Yeah.
But getting to kind of see it in the team atmosphere as well was really cool. And then Norm, Norm's a superstar wherever he goes, and just getting to see him interact with the fans and just enjoying the moment, hamming it up, if you will.
Yeah.
And it was definitely cool to see him make his way back.
I have a little funny story about that the teammates that he played with, Norm said, the only way I'm going to do this is if you just treat me as one of the guys, and that if you do that, we're going to have an amazing fun time. And, it's got to be a little nerve-wracking if you're not used to playing with someone like a Duke or a Weber or something.
Mm-hmm.
You do think about it a little bit when they're on your pair. And that was Norm's big thing. No, just treat me as one of the guys. Let's have some fun as a team. Let's work as a team. Let's talk. And if the lanes are transitioning, let's talk like everyone else. And they had fun. The report I got was they had a blast. So
they had fun, and they scored well too. They both teams moved into the top 10 in the team event and team all events over at the Open. So certainly can't ask for more than that. But you talk about that group, of course, led by USBC Hall of Famer John Gaines, one of the great ambassadors of the sport. We get to have John in the booth during that, and told us some great stories about Norm as well. So that was definitely fun.
And that's who was telling me about it was John, because we saw each other at Bowl Expo, and so he was kind of filling me in on that whole Norm story.
3 for 3 for Thomas Peters here.
He means business. Thomas Peters is ready. He's not as fiery right now as Mr. Biondo, but
that's true. He's very stoic in the moment.
Stoic, yeah.
Yep. Just sitting. Really can't see it, but he's just took his seat and patiently awaiting his next turn. We'll see if Wesley feels about the shot in the third. Did not like it off his hand. Alex Langford also on this pair. We haven't talked about Alex yet. Coming from Moon Township, Pennsylvania, carries a 221 average, high game of 300. High series 770. Favorite bowler Tommy Jones.
Tommy Jones.
TJ.
That's one of Barrett's favorite bowlers. He loves Tommy Jones. Tommy always asks about Barrett when I see him at different events. The new favorite thing that's kind of funny to us is with Liam bowling a little bit. Barrett very rarely roots for Liam at the tournaments because he's always rooting for his buddy or friend or girlfriend or whatever. So it's kind of a running joke. Leanne and Deandra are bowling each other in a match at the Queens, and I said, Barrett, you clap for mommy? And he's like, I'm rooting for Deandra. Great shot by Jacob right there.
Absolutely, never a doubt. Great adjustment off the shot in the first on that lane too, after leaving the washout.
It's pretty animated. I think this is probably a whole, dream kind of coming to reality that we're watching right now. Because I know a lot of the kids that we coach, being a member of that Junior Team USA, that is the ultimate goal. And,
Absolutely.
And right now, 6 frames left, they're trying to make that happen.
After a long week of bowling on multiple conditions, multiple centers, multiple distractions even, if you will, with just the crowd here and everything going on in the center. It's, yes, this is a 2-minute warning, if you will.
I'd be disappointed if we didn't see more emotion because it's a big deal. So right now we've got Klein, Tang, Thomas Peters, and Cortez that would be earning the Junior Team USA spot because Dallas is ineligible because of his age.
Let's just make sure. And let's see, Thomas, yes. Wesley, yes. Jacob, yes. And Cortez, yes. I believe Michael Tang up there as well. So definitely, definitely a lot of jockeying here in the final game.
Mr. Leong is kind of cruising through this game, making some spares and kind of taking it in right now. Sanchez gets strike there. 3-bagger.
All right, the crowd starting to grow all around us here. Folks wanted to get
Mr. Peters covered that.
Getting the final look, probably tallying some scores along the way as well. But yeah, this is, we couldn't ask for a better finish here on Bowl TV at the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. We're joined by Gary Hulsenberg, the Director of Marketing for Storm Products. There you go, Wesley. Great shot.
Wesley.
And you mentioned Bowl Expo in our conversations here. Just getting back from that.
Yep.
As the Director of Marketing, any excitement coming up in the next few months you might want to maybe not tell us about, but maybe just maybe a little teaser perhaps, or just maybe some fun things going on from Utah?
Yeah, we have something in the fall that's special coming out. The R&D team have been doing some work, and we have a fall release that's kind of different and unique. Can't really say anything more than that, but
perfectly understandable.
but I'm very excited about that product launch a few months down the road. Outside of that, our commitment to youth bowling, that's a big push in our office. We talk about it a lot on all sides. We want bowling to flourish, and as everyone does that's involved in our sport. And so we started a Storm Junior Facebook page back a few months to help people that wanted some help. And our Vice President Hank had been doing videos with his wife and our national staff member Lindsay Boomershine. She helps with doing these videos, and it was our way of trying for people that kind of wanted to start preparing for this event, Junior Gold, it was our way to get them free access to world-class coaching through the expertise that we have in-house at Storm. And so if you haven't liked us on our Storm Junior Facebook page, I would encourage you to do so, because we are committed to growing it more and more in the future. We want to definitely be the ones to help provide content for people that want want that information. So
All right, sounds like a lot of cool stuff coming our way shortly from Utah. Be excited to see that. I have a quick question in the chat room wondering about Brandon Biondo.
I haven't heard him.
We haven't heard him yet, that's true, but looks like through 4 frames, started with a strike and followed with 3 9 spares. Brandon Martin starting with the front 4. He's making a nice run here in the top 10. So definitely a ton at stake.
So Miss Biondo has a solid game going for the person that asked that question. He's just outside of our camera. You might be able to see him on the far right.
Definitely might be able to see the ball go down the lane, but
You won't be able to see him, huh? Is that what you're saying, you think?
I think so. I think we might get to see the ball roll. Tough break there for Michael Tang. A few of the guys on the pair getting some chuckles from that one. At 5-7. Michael, a standout at San Jose State. Had quite the year. That team put on quite a show all season.
Kind of talented, and Mikey's brother Darren is just to the left of our booth, and he's been kind of hanging out all week and helping lots of players. Darren, quite a good eye for doing the ball rep thing.
Absolutely.
And watching ball motion and then helping and communicating with players. So I saw Darren earlier, asked him, who you helping? And he kind of gave me a list. He had like a little list. And one was his brother. But he said he really doesn't need a whole lot of help.
Well,
so
I would agree with that. After the year he had for San Jose State, was named the collegiate MVP for the 2014-15 season, and also went on to capture the Expo and Intercollegiate Singles Championships title as well in Wichita. More recently helped, or he teamed up with Cameron Doyle to take the boys doubles gold medal at the 2015 PAPCON Youth Championships in Panama. They took home a lot of titles that year, or in that tournament.
yeah.
Did fantastically well, so. And that was I just saw it, that was a high road in Jacob Klein's hands. A good call on that.
See if Jacob gets his 3-bagger here. Take it easy. I like his chances.
He is scooching and scooching left.
Yeah.
I think he was behind the ball return on the right lane. That shot doesn't get quite back, but avoids the washout though, so.
Mr. Biondo struck for those curious in the 5th frame.
He'll be up in the 6th on lane 21 in just a second here. Dallas taking the break, turning it into a double. Tyler Sheely with the nice break there on 19. Getting everything to fall for a double. I believe that's a name also in the top 16 right now.
Yeah, he's 6th place right now. I wonder how the nerves are doing of the contestants that are in that 17th and 18th position with a chance to crack the top 16.
That's true. That was a good talking point I had with AJ Johnson, who joined us for a few games in this block, and just talking about when you get in this position, AJ admitted that he was a number watcher early on, and
Yeah.
he said that he had to change that to finally kind of break through, and I think it's been all right for him ever since. So
Yeah.
he's done fantastically moving on up the ranks. And
AJ spent a lot of time, you know, he's on our staff, and he spent a lot of time here helping kids and answering questions at the beginning before the tournament even got started this week. People asked, you know, what his experiences were and how he kind of broke through and won in 2012. What led to that? And he kind of just shared all of, you know, his secrets with them. Anyone who asked, it was great. It was great interaction because, I mean, 2012 was very soon. that wasn't that long ago, right?
that's right.
And since he's gone on to continue to shred pins all over the world, and he's doing great. He's a great ambassador for the sport and for Storm bowling products. We're really happy to have him on our team.
All right, question in the chat. What's Tyler have going this game? I'm guessing Tyler Sheely. He went spare open in the third, so he had 46 in the third, followed it up with a double. There's a Brandon Biondo cheering section right there as he gets the double. But yeah, that's a great question though for those kids looking at those scores up there if they are, and looking at that 16th number and whether they're 2 pins behind or need to pop a big game, maybe a 220 or 230 to get there.
Right.
And just to have a chance and have the excitement of waiting it out. It's definitely a big time. Great shot by Cortez, 5 in a row.
He does not seem nervous to me at all. He just seems so calm.
Well, Cortez has been making a name at this event for a few years now in the under 15 division before. I actually believe, I think we mentioned it, that I think this is his first year in the under 20 and showing no intimidation. Competing with the older kids. Cortez was the under 15 winner at this event in 2013, so putting himself in position to take home another title in a new division. That's
Getting to be just a common occurrence for him, huh?
I guess so. We had Brianna Clemmer, the winner of the girls under 20 division last year. She won the under 15 back in 2012, the same year AJ won the under 20, and she's been at or near the top of the standings all week, so looking to make it back-to-back wins.
And was 2012 in Indy? Is that where that was that year?
I believe so.
Didn't mean to put you on the spot. I was
Oh, that's
trying
all
to
right.
remember. I couldn't remember if it was. I think it was 12.
I want to say it was because, let's see here if we, yep, looks like Indy. So for the old patterns posted at Woodland Expo and Western Bowl.
Yeah.
That's definitely Indianapolis. So
That was the last time I was at a junior gold event. It was a fun time. Happy to be back.
and we're happy to have you and the whole Storm family here. 2015 Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. We've been lucky enough to have a bunch of great guests throughout the day. Joined right now by Gary Hulsenberg, the Director of Marketing for Storm Products. Chris Schlemmer, Hank Boomershine, and AJ Johnson all joined us here on Bowl TV, as well as USBC Executive Director Chad Murphy a little bit earlier in the day. So gotten a lot of great insight all day here on Bowl TV, and we want to thank everyone for their continued support of this channel and spending some time with us. We've been here, it's definitely been a long day, but wouldn't have it any other way.
Cortez string is coming to an end there. Got that one a little in and just didn't hold. I think he's going to make a spare out of that deal, though. I'm going to go out on a limb.
Go out on a limb.
Say that he spares the 4-7.
I'm not going to disagree with you.
Biondo's on a double, couple pairs away for, I know we have an interested follower here. I'll try to let you know what's going on there.
When he gets up there, if it's good, I'm sure the crowd will let us know too. So
We'll cheer loudly.
Andrew Lester, who had the front 8 last game, also on Biondo's pair, started with a spare followed by, looks like 5 in a row.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen his name pop up there yet, so he might be one of those guys on the outside looking in and right around the cut number. What a shot by Thomas Peters. Nearly.
Boy, he's throwing it great. That's about as much emotion as I've seen him right there. That was pure.
That was playing, nearly getting to the point where he needs to loft the gutter. But delivering here down the stretch. In position to join Junior Team USA. Question about Zach in the chat room. He's at 1 pair over on 19 and 20 so far. Started with a double, followed by 9 spare, another double, and another 9 spare. So has 2 50s out there. He'll be up in just a minute on 19. That was a Brandon Biondo cheer in the background. Makes it 3 in a row. All right, Jacob Klein has come in a little light his past few shots. Maybe the nerves of being in the position kind of catching up to him, amping up the ball speed.
I think he could throw a little more on this pair for some reason. That high road's not quite picking up soon enough.
No problem on the single pin-do. Remains clean here in game number 5, the final game.
Where is Mr. Klein from? Did you say he's from Illinois?
I will have to look that up real quick, but just to be sure. But he's currently, or according to our scroller up there, he's in 2nd place overall. Jacob Klein from New York, actually.
Ah, New York. Okay.
So from East Islip, or Islip.
Tough break for Thomas, 4-9. That looked like a good shot there.
Nice
Good
shot.
shot, Matthew.
Makes it 3 in a row.
Almost made it. Gave it a good run.
Great run there by Thomas. Gives him 170 in the 8th, so 230 still out there on a 210 pace. Here's Michael Tanks nearly starting on lane 16. What a shot.
One time.
have a question in the chat asking if we could give the bowlers' ages. Unfortunately, that is information I don't have in front of me in our little Excel file sheet with some background information. But they are competing in the under 20 division. So they all fall within the range of 16 to 20. Some kids still could be 20 participating if their birthday was before a certain date. So that's the age range here.
I was just looking at the scores, scrolling by there. So we have Dallas Leon. He's got a sizable lead. Then Jacob, Michael Tang, this is where it gets interesting. 47.90. You get to fourth place, you got 47.39.
That's a pretty big gap,
40, but then for the Team USA spot, 47.37, 47.35.
Oh wow.
47.31. 47.25, only 10 pins back.
Goodness.
47.19, 47.
It's a bit of a
15.
goodness.
People from down in 10th and Brandon Biondo at 47.13 is 20 behind that coveted spot right now. Right?
That's
insane.
That's pretty crazy. So there's the emotion. Jacob Klein
Shit.
getting the 10 out.
So basically, we've got a couple near the top, got some cushion, but once you get down to 4th through 10th, we're about 20 pins.
It's crazy.
It is crazy.
And we have these bowlers competing possibly all the way down to, I see lanes going at least another 6-7 pairs to the right of us.
Good shot by Matthew, 4-bagger, finishing strong. He's got a nice game, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
That's kind of a silly statement by me. I don't think I've seen many kids here that don't have nice games. All very talented individuals.
Very much so. This will be the foundation frame here for Dallas Leon.
Good. Split the 8-9.
Talk about a way, as we mentioned, Dallas is going to lead the event through qualifying through the 24 games. He's going to be ineligible for Junior Team USA because he's aged out. So by that notion, I would believe this is also his last Junior Gold tournament that he'll be able to compete in. So
he wants to go out with a W, it looks like.
Absolutely. He has been cruising. All right, let's see how Peters bounces back after the 4-9 in the 8th.
Come on, Thomas, making her a good shot.
That's some
Beautiful.
moxie right there. Great comeback.
Beautiful.
Just downright impressive here. Tough break for Michael there, chopping the 6 straight off the 10. Wesley looking forward to another pattern, I believe. He's definitely finding some struggles down the way here. Need a score correction as well. There's Cortez Shank. Looking at the 4-6 here. A few questions about the under 15 division. They had less bowlers on the pair, only having 32 advanced to this round. So they have been finished up for a while. Had 64 make it for the boys under 20 division, so they end up having twice as many bowlers on a pair, so we're taking a little bit longer here for them. We should expect the match play rounds to start 45 minutes after the conclusion of this event. They're going to re-oil. So don't go too far away from Bowl TV just yet. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Director of Marketing for Storm Products, Gary Holsenberg, as we finish up the final advancers round here at the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. Jacob Klein getting ready to step up here in the 9th.
This is a big shot.
Still get to 233.
This is a big frame for Jacob.
That was a tough break there.
That's not what he was looking for.
They've been fast for a few of those shots that didn't quite make it up. I actually thought that was going to tilt just enough to
mix them up.
To mix them up a little bit better than they did.
Mr. Biondo.
Mr. Biondo.
He got away with something down there. He looked surprised. Come on, Jacob, cover this, buddy.
Oh, what a cover.
That is impressive. Great spare. Great cover.
What a finish here on Bowl TV, Gary. This is
That's it, 10th frame, huh?
this is amazing. What a finish.
Again, if anyone's tuning in, you want to go over the importance of this. This is Junior Team USA, the top 4 players, the top 16 advancing, correct?
That's correct.
And there's so much on the line, and the athletes have been competing fiercely all week to get to this point, and now it comes to our final frame.
Absolutely. This is game 10 of the day, and you wouldn't know it by watching them right now. The energy at top level, shot making at a premium. Dallas Leong. Ends up leaving the 2-8. He can still get to 216. He's going to hold on to that top spot, it looks like.
Yep, he is going to be that #1 seed. It's got to feel pretty good, huh?
Absolutely. Multiple patterns, multiple houses.
Multiple weather patterns. A couple days ago it was hot and humid. Then yesterday it was actually kind of cool almost. Today it's getting back to somewhere in between. Mr. Dallas is a 202, respectable game there, of course.
All right, just about all of our pairs, at least within camera view, in the 10th frame or starting the 10th frame. So we're going to wrap up pretty much all at the same time here. Thomas Peters looking to secure a spot after an awesome performance here. Left a 4-9 on this lane last time. Let's see the adjustment. Starting behind the ball return.
Oh, beautiful shot.
Just a subtle fist pump there.
I think he wants them both in the 10th. I think he gets this one. He gets pretty excited. Mr. Tank shreds the rat.
So impressive.
I noticed a little bit of a trend this week, and I don't know, maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron, but a lot of super, highly skilled players, it's almost like they're, in the professional golf tour, they're all really kind of slender and they're lean and they're they've got these real long swings, right? And I noticed some similarities in our sport. I've noticed a lot of kids, maybe they're taking to different nutrition programs or workout regimens, but they're definitely athletes.
Absolutely. And talking about those nice long arm swings, we just saw Michael Tang deliver the double in the 10th. Can still get to 222. Thomas Peters with the spare finishes at 218. Fantastic performance by Thomas. Michael Tang looking to stay on Team USA. This will be his final shot for the qualifying round, 222. Cortez Schenk kind of on that bubble you were talking about.
Yeah, a big 10th frame for him.
So had the errant shot, left the 4.6 in the 9th. Still can get to 236 here.
Boy, that was good.
That was pure.
That was a
One
great
more
shot.
time. Throw like you mean it.
Remember when you asked me earlier about my favorite parts of junior gold?
Yeah.
I'm seeing it happen right in front of us right
Yeah.
now. This is just phenomenal shot making, and the next generation is going to have a lot to show off to. Oh, great shot there.
Good pitch, kid.
Unable to get the 7 out.
Run it down.
He's going to be in the 220s though.
220. I think it's interesting, the kids, you brought up earlier, we were talking about the different patterns, and kids that we have been helping back home, it's the knowledge.
Jacob Klein delivering.
Mr. Klein like that.
He knows the significance of this moment.
Absolutely.
Sitting in
See if
second.
we can get one more here. Come on, Jacob, finish it out.
Front of the ball return. Still get to 213.
Oh!
There it is, and
Fantastic shot.
the youngster out of New York finishing it off in style.
You said shot making. Brilliant shot making going on.
And we're getting to see it right here on Bowl TV. All right,
Again.
that's the place for it. Getting a hug from Thomas Peters.
I think Mr. Jacob wanted to be on Team USA.
I think so too. And
He's getting hugs from just about, boy, he's going through a little hug process. It's awesome.
absolutely, big crowds behind us here. Of course, they will double check all the scores before they make the announcement. But yeah, from everything we can see here, and of course the emotion shown, that looks like a wrap. We still have a few competitors here on our on 19 and 20. I think we'll keep it on for They only got 2 bowlers left, so.
Well, I want to thank you for having me in the booth, and I want to thank the USBC for running an amazing event that brings smiles to so many faces.
Including ours right now.
It is brilliant, and if you have young ones at home, this is the pinnacle of youth bowling, and this should be the goal. Get to junior gold in the coming years. If you're not out here this year, keep striving, keep trying to qualify, and you will not be disappointed with the event when you're here. It's amazing.
And it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on with us today, Gary, and hopefully maybe even tomorrow
We'll be around. We're
if
going to
we
be
can
here.
get you away from the Storm booth for a little bit for match play. But yeah, that's and we're getting a few hugs from everyone, a few handshakes right in front of us right now. So definitely a cool moment. They still have a shot or 2 left on 19 and 20. Chad Mee is going to be in the 230s. Tyler Shee can get to 201, and Zach Dottie 258.
All right. Well, thanks, guys.
Gary, thank you so much for joining us. Gary Holzenberg, the Director of Marketing for Storm Products, helping call the end here. What an amazing finish. And we get to be back for more of this in just about probably less than an hour, hopefully. We're told to be expected 45 minutes after the last ball is thrown, and we are just about getting ready to see it. So we're going to start getting ready for that, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in to Bowl TV at the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Rotogrip, and Master. I'm Aaron Smith, joined alongside Lucas Wiseman and special guest commentators AJ Johnson and Gary Holzenberg. We'll be back very shortly, so don't go too far, and thanks again.